able to sell your idea within that time. So all the speakers, please do not exceed 15 minutes. Don't also speak for less than 10 minutes. So you can speak for 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll get moving. A long list of all of you. I think just alert you the order for the presentation. Right now, the first is Dr. Rita. I'm sure she's here already. Mr. Wanda Yahaya, are you around? Here. That's the order. Donald, good. That is the third one. And Innocent Tendo, I see is very serious somewhere there. And Peter. So that's the order of the talks. And all of you are here. And we are excited that you are around. So we want to start this morning by a short prayer to be said by. Did you people know that here we have a son of a bishop? Yeah? The short prayer is going to be said by the son of a bishop. So there we go. So let's hear from the son of a bishop the short prayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Awich, Doctor, for that. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for your loving kindness, for your goodness, and for all that you are to each one of us. We thank you for yesterday and all that you are able to achieve, and for today, Lord, that we are about to begin. We pray that you will be with us. We pray for those that are going to make presentations, and for all those that are ready to learn and pick a leaf from the presentations, that all will be well. And we pray for all our speakers, for administration, for everything that is going on. We thank you, Lord, for the good weather. We pray that it will remain good and all will be well. And when it's done, we shall say, thank you, Lord, for you have seen us through it all. We have prayed this. But we know there are many other things that each one of us is praying for. Hear our prayers. In Jesus' name I have prayed. Amen.
So if you are doubting, now your doubts are washed. Just like your sins have been washed away by the end of next week. So we are now ready. Thank you so much. Almost Bishop. You see, I almost became a brother. Yes, but then somehow, yeah. Oh, it worked somehow, but they told me you are good enough to become a father. Go away from here. That's how I went, and then. So we have our opening remarks right away before the presentations begin, and that is going to be done by none other than the director. Now she's here as the director of DRGT, Dr. Evelyn Isingoma. Thank you very much, Doctor. I hope that works. If it croaks, we'll give you this one.
It's okay. It's okay. Members of council, members of top management, members of Senate, deans of faculties and schools present, heads of departments, teaching and non-teaching staff, members of media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. My name is Dr. Evelyn Isingoma. I would like to welcome you all to this 4th edition of the STEAM Festival. The theme for this conference is Advancing Research and Innovation for Impact. This conference brings us together at a time when the world is battling with so many issues of pandemics, climate change, public health issues, digital transformations, sustainable development, among others. These challenges create opportunities for evidence-based solutions and innovative thinking. And colleagues, that's why we are here. This conference is not just merrymaking. It's not just for a celebration, but it's a call to all of us, a call to action and recognition of the fact that research must be knowledge that transforms lives. It should inform policies, and it should drive innovations and create a lasting impact. Today, we are going to hear from well-seasoned speakers, researchers. We will explore research that addresses real issues of world problems. We also hope to foster connections across disciplines, sectors, and institutions. Actually, our theme reminds us that the ultimate value of research does not lie only in what we discover, but what do you do with what you have discovered so that you can create impact. So let this conference be a platform for learning to all of us, for collaboration, and for inspiration. We want to live here when we are sparked with new questions, and the conference should ignite new ideas in our lives to address some of the challenges that we are facing, not only in our society, but in our whole world. Let it reaffirm our collective commitment to ensuring that research and innovation should serve humanity in meaningful ways. I thank each one of you for coming here today. Your presence is highly valued, and it confirms a shared belief that we all treasure research, especially impactful research, to share a better future. Colleagues, I now officially welcome you to the day 2 of the conference, of the 4th edition of the STEAM conference. Yes, knowledge and skills for service for God and my country. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Evelyn. One time I was somewhere, and some people could not pronounce Iraq very well, so they say Iraq. So if they were to pronounce Isingom, they would easily say Isingom. But they are not good enough. They are not here. I'm only trying to imitate what they did at one moment. But because they say the starting letter, and they pronounce that one on its own, apparently. Thank you so very much. We are now happy that day 2 is up and running. So I want to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Rita Nakayinga to come and give us the microbiology. Clap, hello. If you choose to clap, clap properly. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning. You have all the energies. So clap for the moment as much as you can. Rita.
Thank you, Dr. Witch, and thank you. Is this audible? Okay. So thank you, Dr. Witch, and the STEAM organizing team, and all protocols observed. I'm Dr. Rita Nakayinga, and I'm a lecturer at the Biological Science Department, Faculty of Science. Ruth, can I use hand one? Okay. So today my topic, I am going to talk to you about application of bacteriophages as biocontrol agents in the management of banana Sanctomonas wilt. And surely by the time we leave, you will have understood why we have to take the route of using microbes such as bacteria. Okay, so it is bananas. And when you look below, you see all those photos that are such a common scene here in Uganda. And all you see is bananas. And that's because Uganda's economy is predominantly agriculture. The banana sector significantly contributing to stability and growth of our country. It is the common food that is eaten after maize. So it also provides nutrition to us and also revenue through trade and export. So anything that disrupts that chain, is a direct threat to the food security, the livelihood, and the growth country. Anyway, so one of the threat is it's caused by it is caused by a pathogen, bacteria, that we call Sanctomonas versicolor musashiarum. So this pathogen was first, its infections were first seen in Ethiopia in 1974 and then migrated in Uganda to 2001. And then later, the disease spread to the neighboring East African countries. And on your right-hand side, you see that from 2009 to date, it has the disease has spread to most parts of Uganda. So, how is this if the bacteria spread? This is usually through farmers who share contaminated tools or share infected planting materials or through vectors such as bees that go for the male flowers on the male buds. So how does it look like? When we go to the field, those bananas that you see on your extreme right, that is how they look like. The leaves start to yellow and then wilt. When the fruit matures or the fruit is produced, it never reaches maturity. It actually rots very fast. When we cut the pseudostem, it usually comes out with a yellow ooze, which is loaded with a lot of bacteria. So when we go to the lab on your extreme right, that is what the bacteria looks like, a very nice yellow colony on an agar plate. So, of course, there are existing management practices. Farmers out there are doing all what it takes to make sure that they can manage this infection of BXW. So, what do? They remove the male bud. Okay. So, they go ahead and remove that male bud, which we call a pumopo in Luganda. Or what they do, they cut the banana plants that are infected and bury them, or they sterilize their tools with jik, or they use herbicides, yeah, such as Roundup and 2,4-D. But the limitations and the reason why we're still seeing frequent outbreaks of BXW is that these practices are quite labor intensive. So farmers don't really adhere to them. When you tell them use the jig, for example, it's quite expensive. And also the herbicides, if they have access to them, they're toxic to the humans, to us, to the animals, and target and non-target microbes, but also promote microbial resistance. So for us, we are saying that there is a need for an effective and safe and a sustainable management solution. And that management solution is the use of natural microbes that we call bacteriophages. So we can use them as an alternative or supplementary to the existing management practices. So what are these bacteriophages? These bacteriophages are naturally occurring viruses that specifically target bacteria, not humans. they specifically go for bacteria and kill them. They follow what we call a lytic infection cycle. Lysis is that at the end of the day, they break or lysis the bacteria. So once they attach to the bacteria, they release their genome and then multiply in the bacteria, and the bacteria is loaded with the viruses, the bacteriophages, and later break loose, open up, and then releases. So the process of breaking up the bacteria is the lytic cycle. And for us in the lab, that is what we see when we carry out an experiment to show that a lytic infection has happened. So the end point where the bacteria is killed and opened up and destroyed is that natural killing mechanism that we want to harness and see if we can use it to develop targeted phage-based solutions against pathogenic bacteria such as XVM. So, of course, what I'm talking about is not novel. Already in the US market, there are already successful phage-based products that have been used, and that is a product that has been used to treat bacterial spot for tomatoes, to treat citrus canker. Why I placed that none for BSc? Because, BXW, it is not a disease of interest to the US. So that means that we can might as well take it on and also find solutions to our own problems. The materials and methods are quite simple. What we did, we went to the field and collected all these samples from soil and pseudostems of infected plants, as well as sewage around Kampala and Mukono. And we confirmed them with techniques in the lab, and the bacteria, as well as the phages, were all confirmed and characterized using that technique, the spot and plaque assay. Where we were limited, we sent the samples abroad, where they were able to look at the genome sequence in Belgium. So, what have we been up to since 2021? Of course, our first phage that we're able to characterize, we got it from sewage. There we are. And then that's what we saw in the lab. And the beauty about this phage that we later named phage Chintu, and it's already published in BMC Microbiology, we found that it was able to kill so many of the XVM bacteria, the pathogenic bacteria. And it was a very nice phage that it had a very small replication cycle, meaning that it was able to produce many of these phages that could continue go and kill even other pathogenic bacteria. So as we speak, this one passes for biocontrol purposes. So we later found that this very nice phage Chintu, it was able to, it's stable in a wide range of temperature, in a wide range of pH, and it was able to kill the pathogen to close to zero on that graph. When we checked its genome, it was such a clean phage in a sense that it only carried the lysis gene and not other horrible genes such as antibiotic resistance genes. So all these characteristics make it a good phage for use as a biocontrol agent. So our second research output, we thought of it best to go and look for phages from infected banana pseudostems. And that is work that is done by our student, Tracy Magoba, who has submitted her thesis for examination, supervised by me and Dr. Juliet Akelo. So here we are in the field, cut the pseudostem. It was loaded with bacteria. We confirmed them. And then when we went to the lab, we confirmed the phages on that plate, those dots that you see. And right here, where you see that that bar chart, that bar graph, we tested them. We tested all the phages that we got to see how many of them can kill as many of the pathogenic bacteria. And interestingly, there were 3 of them that killed 100% of all the pathogenic bacteria that we had collected from the field. So we went ahead and picked the 3 that killed 100% of all the bacteria and tested for their potency, how their strength of infection. and we found out that the phage G was, the best of all the three that tested 100, that were 100%. So when we looked at phage's infection cycle, it was quite short. That's a good thing because it produces so many of these phages that can continue to kill more bacteria. And it was also quite stable in a broad pH range as well as the temperature. That is a good thing because when we come to formulation, that means that we can formulate it in all in across conditions, and therefore it can be used in across environmental conditions with either high or low. So what was also interesting that it was able to resist sunlight up to 8 hours, and also it showed a very interesting characteristic where it was able to kill most of the bacteria, all the bacterial strains to 0%. So research output 3, again, there is a student, Robert Bayo, again supervised by me and Dr. William Tinzara. He has gone to isolate phages and characterize them from soil. There we go. We are collecting now soil and confirm the bacteria as well as the phages in there. His work showed that also his phages that he found were very, very good, but we are going to focus only on those 4 because they're the ones that showed that they could kill all the bacterial strains that were got from the field. So with that, in terms of the progress of our work, our next steps now are to try out, not to try out, but to test out the prototypes that we have. We have chosen 4 prototypes. One of that is these 2 are from the pseudostem, and one is from the soil. And why? Because in the lab, they have shown that they are very active and very effective, and they kill all the pathogenic strains. So right now, we are preparing, we are in the process of preparing a field experiment. We've started with greenhouse, where we are going to test out our prototypes, and then move on to the next stage. So what is the pipeline that we are using? This is the pipeline that we are using. We are done with the discovery phase. We have been out there in the field. We've discovered that the microbes do exist, the phages do exist. We have come to the lab. We have characterized them, and we continue to characterize them. Then we at a point where now we have some prototypes and also doing some formulations. And then we can move now to field trials. That's where we are heading. But we also need to talk about, we have to think about regulatory approvals, IPs, community engagements, and therefore connect ourselves to industry for scale up and commercialization. So that is, we are somewhere there. So in conclusion, what have we found? That bacteriophages can kill the pathogenic bacteria that causes banana Xanthomonas wilt. They're in the environment. That means that if the environment, we can harness we can use them, actually use them for biocontrol. They have showed that in the lab, they can kill the bacteria. So therefore, they are promising agents for controlling the bacteria. The prototypes are developed. Testing is in progress. But I should also say that we have also in the process built capacity through master's students, undergraduate students, technician, and that is also a good thing that we shouldn't forget about. So what is our recommendation? Field trials are underway in greenhouse and open settings. We have had a symposium on regulatory approvals, engaging with stakeholders. How do we move from here to commercialization? So I want to send my acknowledgements to Kyambogo University for the enabling environment. These are funders, IFS, TWAS, OWSD. Of course, our collaborators where we are limited. We also want to acknowledge them. And the department, the biological science department headed by Dr. Sio Santa, and the FEDGE team Kyambogo that I lead. So most of these students have really gone through the department and my hands, and we have also formed now our group that we call FEDGE Team KYU, and where we talk and discuss how we move forward with use of these organisms as biocontrol agents. Thank you so much for listening. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rita. Give her another round of applause. And I want to take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of this session, actually. As we are beginning, he was wearing a different suit. But now we decided to remove the other coat, so he has a tie on a t-shirt. So he's going to give us the proceedings from here on. He's not the son of a bishop now. He's called Reverend. He's the chair of the session, and he can decide to tell us what next from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that. And thank you very much, Dr. Rita. For me, I am very interested in your presentation, and definitely I'll come to you. I am a big matoke farmer. I have over 10 acres. And I used to have 130, 39, 50 matoke, 2 weeks bunches. And this disease came and ate away the entire thing. They have now gone to 30, 42. On good days, I get 51, from 150 to 50. And what we do is what she talked about, the labor intensive things. We cut things and bury them and stuff, and then we plant. The guy who had a big banana plantation, now I have what we call ombiare. Ombiare are these new ones that are still coming. So I will definitely meet you and I will come. So we will take note. Please write the questions that you have, and we shall have all the presenters, and then they'll answer the questions. And because we don't want to spend much time, we want to do that so that we finish in time. Now we are going to invite our next presenter, but before he comes, if you have any question, please write it down, and then when the time is right, we shall have the questions. Now we are going to have a presentation on harnessing social networking for social change, opportunities and challenges for social work practice. And that is Mr. Wanda Yahaya. I almost say doctor. I think you're in the making. You had better be a doctor because I see many doctors presenting. So the misters are only one, and maybe Peter Selvide also. Just two of you. So you're very welcome to give your presentation. Please note down what you want asked from Dr. Nakayinga, and then we shall also write his, and then we shall handle them at once. You're very welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wanda Yahaya. I'm so privileged to stand before you. I've just graduated from the School of Social Work and Social Administration with a bachelor's degree, and I'm going to share about my field in particular. Personally, I love to do what they call storytelling. For everything in this world has a beginning, has a genesis. In context of the social work, I happen to be a student of Kyambogo University who has gone through all the processes of Kyambogo, including STEAM, for so many seasons since I joined Kyambogo University. I'm so passionate and privileged. I'd like to recommend the administration, the top management, the council of Kyambogo University that enabled me to have a trip to Europe to represent the Rotary Club of Kyambogo University to do pitch about the project called Persons with Disabilities. And this happened last year in around August to October. And I was so fortunate that when I went that side in Europe, I went around 5 countries. Um, People got a very strange perspective of me and my story. Just to make a small recap, I am a person who comes from a very humble background. I came from the streets and I was adopted by the organization called Help Africa. But with these challenges that I faced as a person, and given the opportunity to go and pitch about the Person with Disabilities project on behalf of Kyambogo University and my nation, I was able to lobby some of the eye aids, like spectacles, a number of them, and also made sure that I connected with other people, which I'm going to pitch about the Nordic mindset that is to do with mental health in particular. Globally, there is a rising concern of mental health issue in Uganda and elsewhere in the world. And according to the World Health Organization, by 2024 alone, we had the economic impact of mental health issues that really affected people, and this amounts to 1,000 US dollars spent the expense of the mental health issues around the globe. And for the research that comes from Harvard University, this shows that by 2030, that mental health conditions will be growing and costing the global economy worth 6 trillion shillings a year just to handle issues to deal with mental health. With the background of my profession as a social worker and psychology, I found this a challenge in my nation and all over the world. So you can also see whatever is happening in our nation. You've seen a youth from Kigezi who set himself ablaze because of some issues. We have seen so many suicide cases in the universities and institutions. We have seen family breakups. We have seen a lot of mental health issues that have happened during the COVID-19 pandemic and family breakups. Also among students, they also have mental health issues. And with the opportunity that I had to go, I happened to come across a psychologist from Denmark. And this psychologist is called Son and presents the Nordic mindset. I request the ICT team to help me just play a small clip that is after the, so you can get a clear picture. Thank you. As the ICT is helping out, the Nordic mindset is to deal with the mental health issues of people around the globe. And this one is based in Denmark, but is here call upon Ugandans. And being a student of Kyambogo University, I present this opportunity to this mighty institution that we have the chance to get our professionals, doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists, mention it all, to come and tap into this opportunity where we are going to handle mental health issues around the globe with international clients. To be specific, you will be given an opportunity to earn a lump sum of money per hour while handling these mental health issues. And you, in particular, you are going to be a certificate that is going to associate you with the Nordic mindset in East Africa, Uganda, where I'm privileged to be the pioneering this Nordic mindset in East Africa. Thank you very much for listening to me. Skills and knowledge for service more than my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanda. The ICT people, did you? If you have, we still have 4 minutes out of his time. And if you have failed, because I think you have played it, then we shall make sure from his presentation you write the questions you want to ask him. And we shall still consult with the ICT team. If they have it, we shall have it played so that it supplements. And so we shall now have Roland Nwadeva. I don't know whether he's a doctor or Mr. or it's just Roland Nwadeva. They should have put some PhD to show who is talking to us. You're very welcome to give your presentation on design and prototyping of dynamic and cost-effective neonatal incubator. Doctor, you're welcome.
Thank you, the chair of the session. Okay, so what we are going to be presenting is design and prototyping of a dynamic and cost-effective neonatal incubator. My name is Dr. Roland Niwareva, and I have a team here of students whom I have been working together with on this project. I know some of us here are fathers, others are mothers, and others will be fathers and mothers very soon. So I'm sure that what we are going to be talking about resonates with majority of us. We begin with some statistics. According to the World Health Organization, about 2.4 million neonatal deaths occur every year. And out of that 2.4 million, about 2 million deaths occur in low and medium income countries. And these deaths, they occur mainly due to hypothermia, which is a sudden change in the temperature of the neonate, and also inadequate care. And the reasons why this happens is because of premature birth, prematures. We have weak babies who are too small, less than 1 kilogram. So these babies, when they are born, they need very specialized care. And as you can see there on that the statistics, most of these deaths, they are occurring in sub-Saharan Africa, where Uganda is. You can see the sub-Saharan Africa is red. When you go to North America and Europe, almost no death occurring in there. Most of the deaths are in low and medium income countries. So this is a very big challenge that needs to be addressed. Now, the World Health Organization has recommended the use of the kangaroo mother care, which basically means that when this neonate is born, when this child is born, there is the need for skin-to-skin contact so that the temperature can be maintained, so that the baby can maintain the required temperature, the recommended temperature. But this a kangaroo method may not be applicable in all the clinical situations. For example, when the mother is unwell and is unable to provide the required care, or when the mother needs to take a rest, this kangaroo based method may not be the best and may not be applicable in such situations, which are very common. So, in order to supplement that kangaroo method or to solve those challenges, we have what we call the neonatal incubators. The what you see here is an incubator. What you see there, that the picture is an incubator. So these incubators, they come in to help us maintain a stable environment in terms of temperature, humidity, and the oxygen, which are required by the neonate. But then the current incubators, they have got some challenges because, first of all, they are very expensive and they can cost up to 200 million shillings. They are also not very portable, and also they require the use of the power, the umeme or UED cell power, which may not be always available, especially in low income countries or low resource settings. There are also some maintenance challenges, and moreover, also these incubators, most of them have been designed and they are being manufactured from Europe and the USA and some other developed countries. So when they are designing and manufacturing, they do not consult our clinicians. They don't do that. And when they don't do that, when they bring these incubators in our low resource settings, we get some challenges which are related to maintenance and also other challenges. So for us, we are coming in to solve those challenges. And what we have done is to design an incubator that is affordable. And we are hoping that this incubator can cost about $1,500 from our analysis. And also, we want the one that is portable because most of the current incubators are very bulky. And moreover, also, they cannot fit in our ambulances. As you know, here, most of the ambulances we have are improvised. They are the ones we are using, and the current incubators cannot fit in there. So, in situations where there is a need to transport this baby, these incubators may not help so much. And also, we are looking at these incubators. The incubator we are designing, it should be usable in our setting. And we have ensured that that is going to be like that because we have consulted the clinicians, we have consulted doctors and nurses from our major hospitals and health centers here in Uganda. And they have given us feedback, as you'll be hearing. And that feedback, we have put it into consideration when we are designing our incubator. We are also looking at our incubator being reliable, because we have power challenges. So we are incorporating in other sources of power. Currently, we are using a battery, but later on, we are going to explore also other sources, maybe solar and the other sources of energy, to ensure that this incubator can work even when there is no power, at least for 1 hour or more. Yeah, so now I will ask my colleague here to proceed.
Hello. Good morning to you all. My name is Gesaga Joash, a biomedical engineer by profession. This is the system overview of our incubator. That's the design. As you can see there, we have the sensor modules, rubber grommets, hand pods, bed trays, where also the mattress is, the user interface, side handles, main chassis, vents, ambulance door, acrylic canopy, and storage tray. We designed it in a way that it can easily be attached to a trolley to be put in an ambulance, and also it can easily not be easily shaken when the ambulance is moving. The technical specifications: the infant The infant chamber with 360 degrees visibility, as you can see. Double-walled access doors, overhead temporary storage, temperature control is between 17 degrees Celsius, 37 degrees Celsius to 37.5 degrees Celsius, as I'll be explaining in detail in the next slides. Thermal control modes, ambient, skin, and manual. Ambient is the environment within the incubator, the skin temperature. Then the manual, you can easily set it manually by the users. Humidity control ranges 50% to 70% relative humidity. That is according to the international standards. Ambient oxygen level monitoring, that is 15% to 25%. Warm-up time, that is 12 minutes and 16 minutes. That is actually far better than the current incubators on the market. Temperature display resolution, 0.1 degrees centigrade or Celsius. That's according to our standards here in Africa or Uganda. The neonatal straps and handlebars when it is in the ambulance. Clinician-driven, sorry. So I want to take you through the modeling or the mathematical model. For any engineering system, as you're going to design it, you have to do what we call a mathematical model. So why a mathematical model? A mathematical model is essential for predicting or simulating a system before you come up with a prototype. In short, it's our virtual laboratory of the incubator system. It helps us to know how the incubator is going to perform and help us to carry out different tests before we come up with a physical prototype. The mathematical model also helps us to understand that it helps us to reduce the cost, because if we don't have a mathematical model, we'll be ending up making very many prototypes, and every time we come up with a failure, we have to come up with a new prototype. As you can see there, an incubator has very many exchanges of heat going on, and there is convection, radiation, and also metabolic production. That is basically from the baby. The baby itself or herself or himself, they generate a certain heat from their body, and so we put that also in consideration there. Then for convection, heat losses or convection exchanges, that is between the baby and the atmosphere within that incubator, and also between the mattress and the air within the incubator. Then for radiation, it's basically between the baby's skin and the wall and the mattress, baby's skin, and also the walls of the incubator. Then also, I'll talk about the PID controller design. Something that we are using that not every incubator that is in Uganda is using. I know that because I do work with incubators a lot. I work in hospitals. So PID controller, what's a PID controller? A PID controller is a proportional integral controller that helps us to control the temperature within the incubator. If, for instance, we want a temperature of 37 degrees Celsius within the incubator, the PID controller is going to help us to achieve that temperature. Currently, setting and achieving that temperature in the current incubators is quite a little bit hard. If you visit some of the hospitals, they'll narrate you how they get issues keeping the exact temperature for a long period of time. Now we're using a PID controller to achieve that. If you understand, babies have thin skins and very sensitive. So when there is a lot of temperature changes, their skin can easily be affected. So a PID controller is going to help us to get the exact temperature or the desired temperature within the incubator. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dong Aldrin Isaiah from the Department of Mechatronics and Biomedical Engineering, where this project is originated from. I'll take you through the structure design considerations of the project and our journey in terms of constructing this idea. So the inception of the idea began in 2022. As you can see, that was our very first CAD design. What is at the extreme left? We began with that and carried on with it, making iterations along the way, trying to take in certain aspects into consideration, as I shall narrate to you later on. So one thing that is going to stand out throughout this entire presentation is the fact that we try to use computational tools a lot in our design process. We use a lot of simulation, a lot of CAD design, so that we can actually slash the development cost. Instead of having to go directly to manufacturers to make parts, we prototype them prior and then test them within controlled environments so that we can actually produce something that is economically viable with less trial and error. So this is our first benchmarking exercise where we moved around to a series of facilities that were within reach to sort of assess the need for this project and also to listen to the quims and the issues, the grievances of the staff that were working with these incubators. Because designing in isolation is essentially just lying to ourselves. If we claim that we can intuit the things that we need to do, we'll end up producing things that are not fit for the people we're producing them for. So we're trying to benchmark for functional requirements, pain points, and environmental constraints. In terms of facilities we visited, we went to Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital, where we talked to a couple of the pediatricians and the nurses in charge. We also looked at the machines they had on hand, asked the medical engineers about the cost in terms of maintenance and also acquisition, and then made our targets for design and development based off of that. Then we also looked at Uganda Matters Hospital Lubaga, where we interacted with a series of caregivers who told us for them their approach to childcare is more mother-centric. Essentially, they allow the mothers to access the babies through the incubators. And from there, we had a new design requirement. If you look at the previous model, our first design, we had only one side for access, right? They told us that they would like to have 360-degree access, whereby mothers, in whatever condition, can actually access their neonates, maybe change their diapers, tuck them in, or even just simply have that physical contact with their premature babies while they're still developing. So we also went to Ministry of Health to benchmark with the ambulances that we had, so we could actually design something that would be integrated into these ambulances and still function. So our major goals were to work on accessibility. As you can look at that CAD model, you can see that we wanted to have a double door system for improved reachability, whereby we have access on either side of the incubator. You don't have to turn the thing because you find that the larger ones that are propped on wheels, you have to actually move it around for you to access the on the other side. We also tried to incorporate what they call rubber grommets. So in the incubator, we have to have a controlled environment, right? Maintain the temperature and humidity so that baby doesn't actually get sort of like antagonized by these changing conditions. So how do we pass tubing, breathing tubing, temperature probes, and the like into the incubator? We use what they call grommets. Those are tiny passages on the side made out of rubber. And they told us that sometimes in the old incubators or even the newer ones, there aren't enough grommets to go around. In that you will have one large one for maybe breathing tubes and then a couple of others for a few temperature probes. But that's it. So they requested that we increase the number of these. So we tried to go and have as many as 8 grommets, that is 4 on either side of the incubator for easy access. Then in line with that aspect of making sure there's a connection between the mothers and the neonates, we made sure that we had a fully transparent canopy with a 360-degree view of the premature. So a parent is easy to can easily monitor their baby. So there's more aspects of cleaning where we try to make it touchable without having to recruit a biomedical engineer for that. We also had ease of use whereby we replaced breakable latches with magnetic latches, and mobility to integrate into the ambulance. We also carried out a couple of other simulations to ensure proper airflow within the incubator. As you can see our results over there. I'll give it to my colleague to take you through the electronic system.
Okay, Baraka Harris, Kiongozi. I'm taking you through the electrical system. So this is our power structure. So we have multiple inputs, AC just in case it's stationary, DC input in case it's in an ambulance, and then an internal battery just in case there's any power fluctuations. And also this DC input, we raised the DC input a little bit higher just in case someone has solar. We don't need again to design an adapter for it. You just connect it directly to alternative power sources. So our battery capacity, as we have it right now, we had a goal of over 1 hour of runtime. Right now, we have a runtime of 2 hours when it is actively regulating at that 37. And then when it is idling, it can go up to 6 hours. So we intended this device to be for class 2 classification or the IP classification on the IEC chart or classification system. And that's why we had electrical isolation between the controls and then the power circuits. So when you look at our control systems, we used the PID for the thermoregulation, and when we go down to the humidity, we used threshold-based control. So our clinician or any clinical personnel just sets the threshold, and it will have to keep fluctuating around that threshold. And also, we designed the fan control to have less than 0.35 meters per second. That is based on the IEC 6061 1 slash 8. That is the the ISO, the international standards for medical devices specific to the incubator. So we also had the design for our user interface. We have the LCD screen, which is our standing point, that anyone can intuitively use this, giving us real-time feedback and also manual user inputs through that. So since we are dealing with very young infants, we have a lot of safety features that we put into consideration and we have already placed. So we have an alarm system for the humidity and temperature out of range alarm, the low battery level alarm, and also the system fail. Just in case the internals of the system fail, it will have to maybe shut down, and then other procedures from our biomedical engineers can take over. Then also we have multiple sensors, of course, to provide redundancy. Just in case one sensor fails, the rest can continue working. So this is a pictorial for us doing the fabrication of the canopy. This is the fabrication of the base, the steel base. And this is our roadmap. So what have we covered so far? We have done the user assessment. So we have looked at a plethora of health professionals, looked at what they have, what they need, and how we can provide what they need at a low cost. We have done the design and then engineering that is complete. That's where we got our the CAD results and simulations from. And also what we are now doing and finalizing is the prototype development. As you've seen in our pictorial, we have done the mechanical fabrication, the electrical subsystem, and software development is also being tweaked a little bit. And then we also put the human-centered features, access points, interface, also is being finalized. What we are now have started and we are about to finish, hopefully, that will be the functional testing basing on the IEC standards that we have, the 6061, all the standards there, the usability testing with clinical staff. We have already talked about ones of Mulago, ones of Lubaga, ones at Ministry of Health. We are also going to do testing with them and then also validating our safety and reliability features. We don't want a baby to have any issues with our system. So basing on all the tests we are doing, we now hope that all the tests and what we shall be doing, the final tweaks, will be on the software side, our firmware, and then a little bit of electronics. And that's where we shall have our next steps of actually completing the functional prototype and starting clinical trials. That's when we can now go into commercialization. So in case you're an investor, you can just reach out to this email, yeah, and then find a way of working with us and creating an impact. Just as our theme says, we are demystifying science and technology for community development. So that any person, maybe in Soroti and Health Center 2, Health Center 3, can use our system. In case it's not that, can still also be moved in an ambulance, and then they come here, maybe say to Luvaga or Mulago for further treatment or specialized treatment.
I want to thank you for your time and thank the organizers for giving us a little bit of extra time for our previous presenter. Thank you so much.
I didn't know what to do. I was stuck. I didn't know whether to ask you to go or to stay. But we shall get this time you took from who presented like Selvide. This Selvide, my brother over there. We shall. But from your presentation, the challenge that we have is a disconnect between academia and policy. These researches are done here and then that's it. They are presented here and they are very good, but they don't move from here. And we have been looking for people, students, when we look at such a thing. A time comes, we want to take them somewhere. They say, they graduated and they went. So now you don't know how to proceed. And if you had a connection between academia and policy, and these issues are presented before policymakers and they are followed up, that's why Kyambogo University needs a think tank. This team used to be science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but because of civil society work, they said it's not arts. And I am an artist. I didn't do science at all. The science I did, chemistry and biology, was up to senior 2. And physics, for us, we were supposed to drop everything, and I dropped them, and I was excited that I did. I only remained with math and biology because they were compulsory. But I was also very glad to drop them at senior 4. So we proceeded with the literature, and I have had the president talk about Shakespeare. I'm among the Shakespeare people. But we also need to be included in this. You can't leave us and you say, who are we now? But where we should come in now as our country, this thing is not. I wish the deans for arts and social sciences were here. We would have demanded that they work on a think tank. A think tank is a body that looks at all the researches from the university and analyzes them and moves them to parliament. And parliament approves a think tank. We don't have any think tank approved by parliament to take our research in there. That is where the arts should come in. But this is very good. And the challenge now, working with students, they have presented good things for marks. And once they get it and they graduate, they will good. And I find them doing jobs that are not even related to this kind of thing. Working with Chinese, with sand. And then I don't know, something needs to be done. But anyway, I will write these questions and definitely, Roland and whatever, I will ask you because I have picked interest. Now, without this place where I am does not have network. So let me network up here. And so my complaints, I think they are going to be answered by Dr. Mugane Tendo Innocent because he's saying strengthening the links between industry and academia. So why was I even complaining? And if he does not give me the answers I need, I'll definitely have Mr. Peter Selvide and we'll continue as it has been. Doctor, you are very welcome to answer my questions. I will look at your presentation keenly because it will give me the answers that I need. I don't know whether he's around, Dr. Muganire and Innocent. Aha. You are also too. Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Uh, all protocol observed. My name is Mukani Tendo Innocent from the Department of Textile and Leather Technology here in Kyambogo University. Standing
I am so excited to be standing before you, and this excitement goes to the organizers of the STEAM Festival who considered us worthy to stand before you this morning. I'll be talking about a project called Methodic that we are implementing with other 9 partners. We are a team of 10. 7 of them are coming. 7 of them are coming from Africa, from 3 countries. That is Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. And then 2 of them are coming from Europe, Belgium, and Greece. The 2, because not that they are not doing anything, they are very strong. We form a very strong team with them. The 2 ladies you are seeing before me are my team members on the team of Kyambogo University trying to implement the project. Maybe in 1 or 2 words, each of them can introduce themselves as I launch deeper into the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. All protocols observed, good morning. I am Mirembe Jacqueline from the Department of Textile and Leather Technology.
All protocol observed, Karen Stagule, colleague in the Department of Textile and Leather Technology, Kyambogo University. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. You can go back and enjoy your seat as I unveil what we have here. I am so happy again to have my boss in front of me, Dr. Jude Inyalo Tadeo, the head of department, Textile and Leather Technology. I am now very safe to go ahead. He's aware. I'm going to be talking about textile sustainability, but in relation to the project we are trying to implement. Textile sustainability in the face of our textile industry here in Uganda, and how we are trying to decentralize this in Kyambogo University. How are we going about this? Through the Methodic project, we are looking at 3 core pillars that are driving the implementation of this project. One of them is sustainability and circularity. The next is academia and industry. How can the 2 work together so that we implement whatever we are discussing about in this place, particularly today? Then the third is the project trying to encourage global exchanges, particularly staff and our students. When I was trying to introduce the project, I talked about African partners and European partners. The project is being implemented by African partners, but it is being supervised by our European colleagues who have at least gone ahead an extra mile to handle these 3 concepts. Now, in Uganda here, when you talk about the textile industry, all of us are very much aware that cotton seems to be the main pillar of this industry. However, there is a very big challenge that over the last 5 years, we are seeing an exponential dip in terms of production. Exports have dipped, and if exports are dipping in volumes, then that means even the revenue we are going to be generating from this valuable material or product is going to be too little. Now, why is the decrease coming in? Apparently, publications have indicated that there is an ongoing move by government to discourage subsistence farming of the crop and encourage commercial production. Truth is, analytically speaking, you would think that production should be high by now because we are encouraging commercial production and discouraging production at a subsistence level. But the truth is, while it is a very good initiative, it has not yet taken off. And as a result, very many subsistence farmers have gone out of production. In that sense, you would think that this trend is expected. I don't need to go so much away from that. But again, another disturbing statistic that I think also the president is tired of listening to, it is a story that is never ending in the sector. I forgot to record it here, but it's a fact. It is spread everywhere. 90% of our cotton, the statistics you see here, is 90% of our cotton being exported in raw form. And the only two vertically integrated textile mills we have in the country are adding value only 10%. I am not so sure whether anyone here has consumed a cloth from Nyanza Southern Range Nyanza Textiles, Uganda Limited. I'm not so sure if you have any garments or seen on market a garment from fine spinners. So still, these industries are not serving our local market because of so many challenges around. Adding value to cotton is a very long process. And I can assure you, as scientists coming on board to think of any other way of remaining sustainable in the textile industry, producing materials and making cotton valuable and sustainable as it is because it is biodegradable, first of all, we have to think a little bit deeper. But as this is deeping, could we be having some other alternatives going on? Yes, we could be having. I am so happy that first presenter, Dr. Rita, talked about pseudostems, banana, whatever. When this is happening, they are extracting fibers from banana pseudostems. But as a textile fiber scientist, I am somehow opposed to using these fibers directly because I don't think just by intuition, giving you a cloth that has been produced from 100% spun yarn of fiber, banana fibers, how would you predict? Because now the answer could be around. It is something that could be very rough, right? And now what is happening, our colleagues, the implementing partners in Busitema, they are partnering with some other colleagues, collaborating with some other colleagues in Europe and Pakistan to come up with a yarn that is a blend between a cotton fiber because of its interesting properties. And here the blend of cotton is surpassing about 70%. And then you have around 30% and somehow below of the banana fibers being put together to come up with a yarn that you can produce into a fabric, which in most cases our food tailors here call a material. That one is called a fabric technically in the field. What you call a thread, for us this side we call it a yarn. A fiber is the smallest unit all of you are putting on right now in your clothes. I am looking at fibers, I am not looking at a cloth. So I am looking at a fiber because all of the properties you are enjoying and the comfort you are having is the fiber first before I look at whatever is at a much larger figure. So they are extracting fibers here, but I am opposed to the approach for some reasons I'll give. Then we have also done something in our department, upcoming department, and we are trying to also add value to pineapple leaves. We are extracting fibers, which we can see blend with cotton and make yarn. Yarn can be developed into fabric, and we have cloth. Whatever you are seeing in white there is a carded web, which we connected with our colleagues in Busitema, developed it from the leaves you saw. But still, I am opposed again to the idea of having a pineapple stock cotton yarn because this is by default anyone would think going this direction, but I'm still opposed. Because of that, recently we are having a workshop in the first deliverable of our project. And a colleague in Greece came up with something that I have been knowing for so long and throughout all my graduate school training. And this is looking at going to the chemistry. We are all aware that in a plant material, the most abundant composition is cellulose. Some of us in the science field understand somehow. I am so sorry if cellulose is a little bit far away, but we will try to understand it. It's the polymer that almost 99% of all plants are having. It's the most abundant biopolymer. Suppose we flip the coin, just like our colleagues have flipped the coin and are trying to get an industrial, some waste, a product got from peach. They try to generate waste, but this waste is biodegradable. However, on analysis, this waste has a lot of cellulose. And these colleagues are proposing that they are going to extract, actually a prototype is already out. They are extracting cellulose from peach waste, and then this cellulose is being tapped to make textile fibers. They did not show us the fibers because it is an issue under that is going to be patented. But this is what is going to happen. It reminds me of something that I read about a few months ago, that the French, there is a group in France that came to Uganda, picked up our back cloth, went back to France, analyzed it very well, and observed that the back cloth has a surprising 76% cellulose content. This is just the bark of a tree. Remember, this tree is never cut down, and there is a culturally established protocol of harvesting this bark. We are in a move of preserving our environment, no cutting down trees. That means if we get anything productive from this bark cloth, like looking at its chemistry, there is a move of growing trees. Harvest the bark growing in 3 months. Utilize the bark for your other intended purposes. Leave the tree growing. I am so sorry, Dr. Grace Bachaita may not be so much interested with the development, but I know we shall collaborate very well on this and see how best we remain culturally relevant. Now, while the French scientists made an observation back in 2019 when I was finishing my master's degree, I came up with the same observation and I thought I wasn't doing relevant research. But after seeing this, I made a conclusion that my work was very much relevant and I want to start from there. Whatever you see in white is cellulose pulp extracted from the bark cloth. And I published a work here. Down there, you see the URL in case of further details. But it's the product I got. I saw it. It was very interesting. I kept quiet. I said, when I go back home, perhaps I would resurrect this maneuver. And surprisingly, last year, when that paper came on board, my head was so much disturbed. I said, I must go ahead and revive this. How are we doing that? We are doing this. This is how we start. Nothing starts from the skies. Everything starts from stuff that is simple. In the previous 3 days, I've been working around with my students, and we developed an experimental protocol that allows us to tap into cellulose as a polymer. We dissolve it, get a solution that we can extrude into fibers. But because time was not so much on our side, we improvised. So here I'm trying to show you a protocol that we can simply go through. This protocol is called wet spinning of textile fibers. I am happy that some of my students are having a booth there trying to illustrate what is going on there. But here the idea is that to get a polymer, get an appropriate solvent, get an appropriate coagulant, and then begin your work. Cotton has almost 99.9% cellulose. The procedure you go through to get a cotton fabric, you need a vertically integrated textile industry that is so big. Perhaps right now it is challenging for even government to invest in that. However, in our small laboratory here at Kyambogo, it is possible to come up with yarns which are having an exact amount of cellulose which we are enjoying in cellulose yarn, in cotton yarn, and come up with fabric or garments that have properties that are 100% similar to those of cotton. So here, the idea is to wet spin stuff. Whatever you see is an extrusion pump. I try to draw red, a schematic. You have some sort of a beaker and something that is funny in a different color going down. That is the textile fiber. We can twist around to get yarn. Yarn make fabric, and fabric begins supplying tailors for our garment needs. What you see here on the right is the practical demonstration of this schematic diagram. We used a polymer called PVA, and at this level, I would like to interest this polymer to some of us who are dealing in soft robotics, because the fiber you are seeing here that we developed is a shape memory fiber that can be tapped into applications like soft actuation, which we use in robots, actuating mechanical energy. EVA fiber does that perfectly well. We can even tune it and make it with some other functionalities beyond the traditional ones we know. So still, while I didn't use cellulose directly, but this same arrangement produces the fibers, the biodegradable fibers we are interested in, again, go functional beyond our traditional applications of clothing. This is what I eventually captured on the video with my students and the product we got. I don't know if there is a chance that I can play this video. No, sorry. I had embedded it into the PPT, but I think it's challenging to play. However, you would have seen how the fiber is spun from the extrusion pump into the cord, from the extrusion pump. But in the middle, in a nutshell, in the middle is our in the middle here is our product that we made recently in our lab. And I think it's there on it's a very small bobbin with the fibers you are seeing can even approximate 1 kilometer. And we do that in just 5 minutes. So it is something that you can even scale up in a very short time. I did not want to talk about scalability in theory. I also came with a few devices. Perhaps now that we are so much with very powerful stakeholders around, STI, I saw STI yesterday, I saw URI. I saw a lot of collaborators we can work with. Just in case, this is the apparatus. It seems to be a little bit heavy, but very easy to acquire. This is the somehow an industrial extrusion pump. This is where we modify the quality of our fibers, and this is how we collect them. To be honest with you, I have done all of this and I know all of this. I just need some little resource to upscale this. And this is why we need academia, to work with academia and industry to bring out some of this work. These, I think, are the two core pillars that we are trying to work with in terms of implementing method. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. For me, these presentations disturb me. And sometimes I wish I didn't even attend. Because for me, I want us to really do things. For me, I want if we say we produce and we sell and we patent. But of course, his concluding remark is the resource. And this one was saying that I should be. I wish I would be. I would definitely be glad to invest in such things. And when you look at all these things, it's the same thing I was saying. They stop there, and it's unfortunate. I don't know many universities will start producing these things, but it's beyond me. There is a presentation which is saying, being, and doing. We say things, I don't know, we can't be them, we can't do them. Maybe if Peter Serigudu presents them, we could pick something. His presentation is saying, being, and doing, and then other ones. For me, I've picked those three. Saying, being, and doing. So how much money, for example, do you need? I could go home and sell things and I'll give you the money, and then after I have started selling, you give it. We will, of course. If you make profit, we. Yes. So I don't know. I wish somebody could one day have the money and make these things happen, and then we put them on the market. The other day I went to do, and I got disturbed. I have not gone back. I want things to be done, but anyway, I think universities are supposed to initiate things and then stop there. I don't know what else to say. Mr. Pil, Selgude, Monfrel, bienvenue.
Hello. When we speak, when we write, when we display picture or photograph, for example, what you see here on this billboard, we are doing three things. We are saying, we are doing, we are being. When you're writing your email, you're not simply writing that email. You're saying, you're doing, you're being. When you post on your WhatsApp, Chiwasa, your student WhatsApp, you're not simply writing a post. You're saying, you're doing, you're being. When you write a resignation letter, when you fire the worker by that email or by that letter, you are saying, you are doing, you are being. When we Christians say that God became a human being and he died, we ask if the guy who was on the cross was God. We ask, what was God saying? What was he doing? What was he being? Ladies and gentlemen, that's the summary of my presentation. And in the next 10 minutes, I'll be done. When I'm speaking, I'm speaking about something. But I'm not simply speaking about something. When I'm writing, I'm not simply writing about something. I am doing something. I am saying something, and I'm being something. What is to say? To say is to clearly reveal your message to your audience in context. For example, look at this billboard. Kyambogo University STEAM Festival, 4th edition, the 10th to the 11th of April 2025, CTF Grounds, Kyambogo University, chief guest, Honorable John Chrysostom Munyingo, Minister of State for Education, KYUA, but that is kyu.ac.ug, X at Kyambogo University, blah, blah, blah. Team conference and so on, science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, theme, demystifying science, technology, and innovation for community development. Uzima, Grand Beverages Limited, Centenary Bank, and so on. All that is what is written. Question, what is it saying? All that is written. Question, what is it saying? In other words, what is the message? Because all these are words. What is the message? Number two, can it be clearly understood? In other words, when somebody reads this billboard from left to right or from right to left, what is it saying? Number two, what is it doing? What is to do? What is to do? To do is to say. We said, what is to say? To say is to make your message clearly understood. Now, what is to do? To do is when actions say. For example, when His Excellency Mr. Museveni comes to address the nation wearing an army uniform, he has said before he has spoken. That is number one. Number two, right now, it also means what is to do in communication. To do is to appear executing a certain practice or activity or event in context. For example, right now, what am I doing? I am presenting. All right. So all people have been presenting here, but they never came and said, ladies and gentlemen, I am now presenting, isn't it? You just saw this in this context, and then you said this one is presenting. When they start playing instruments, you will say something different. Being. What is to be in communication? In communication, to be is to take on a certain identity, doing or by saying and doing in context. You take on a certain identity. For example, if let me do this. If I started speaking and I say, you just watch me do this. Then what am I being? What am I being? Well, if I came here and I pocketed like this, what am I being? Right? So being here means you take on a certain identity in that context. You can be arrogant. You're speaking, but you're being arrogant. But you're not saying, now, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Now I am arrogant. We just feel you. And we hear arrogance. You just speak and you present yourself as being proud. You just speak or you write and you're being sympathetic. For example, bosses, you write to us letters that fire us. Are you being sympathetic? My family. in your letter, it's okay to fire me, but in your letter, are you being sympathetic as you fire me? Last semester, there were over, I don't know the number of people who were stopped completely from work here without communication. They came, they were on timetable, they had load allocated before, they had even communicated to learners. A week or two into the semester, they were stopped. Whosoever did that, what were you saying? What were you doing? What were you being? Quickly, the last 5 minutes. This research is a short research that I conducted using the method of discourse analysis. I am a linguist by training. I used the method of discourse analysis, and I subjected discourse analysis on one sermon, the first national prayer sermon that was aired on TV and on YouTube and on radio in State House, as invited by His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in 2020, the first time when we received a lockdown in Uganda due to COVID-19 pandemic. That sermon was delivered by Pastor Kyambogo. It is the sermon that I analyzed using discourse analysis, asking for questions. What was the message of the preacher, of the sermoner? What was he saying during that? Because it was lockdown. It was the first time we had ever been locked down, and you have a chance to speak. The audience had a president, and the whole Uganda was watching and listening. Why? Because the event was unprecedented. Question: you as the preacher, what are you saying? Number two, how was the message realized? In other words, what was the message of this preaching? How was it realized? Realized here means, how did we, or those who listened, how did they get to understand that message? Number three, what was the preacher doing? Was he just preaching? What was the preacher being? Findings. These are the findings. What was the message? What was the preacher saying? In that sermon, if it is on YouTube, you can go and listen. It is close to 36 minutes. So you can listen to that sermon. But I listened to it 10 times, word for word, tone for tone, intonation for intonation, comma for comma, pause for pause. I listened 10 times. And this was the message. The message, he spoke for over 36 minutes. Speaking. The message is here. Stop sinning. Since it is the cause of COVID-19 pestilence. So guys, we suffered from COVID-19 because of your sinning. You're committing adultery, you're fornicating, lesbianism, homosexuality, you're tribalistic, you're segregative, COVID thing, because of your sinning. So stop sinning. Number two, change your ways and start helping the needy. Why? Because we were in lockdown, we were to have more needy people. Therefore, now that COVID-19 has come, and the president had locked the nation for 14 days first, right? Now, change your ways and start helping. Number three, prepare to meet your Lord. That was another message. So COVID-19 had come, prepare to meet your Lord. That was another message. Number four, live in strict adherence to COVID-19. Why? Since God protects those who obey instructions, live to strict adherence, not for any reasons. Not medical reasons, no. God protects those who obey instructions. So if you don't obey instructions, God will not protect you. I wonder if we disobey instructions. That's why we encounter accidents. Good. Number 5, the message of the preacher. Good shall come out of evil. For example, husbands and wives shall get back to each other. Did they? Parents will be to their children. The lockdown will ease environmental pollution. The lockdown will, because by that time it was the start, so it is in future tense. The lockdown will bring cessation of inter and interterritorial wars. So we did not have the Russian war during the COVID lockdown. We did not have Israel and Palestine during COVID lockdown. So we did not have Bukavu, Congo, Uganda, Rwanda war in COVID-19 lockdown. So good will come out of evil. How was this message realized? How did I come to conclude, to arrive to this message? How did I get this message? How did the preacher ensure that we get this message? Through intertextuality. What is intertextuality? Intertextuality, because I'm speaking to academia, is quoting, paraphrasing, and alluding. When you quote from a source, we call that intertextuality. When you paraphrase from a source, we call that intertextuality, technically, in our language, the discourse analysts or linguists. When you allude, like biblical allusions, we say that is intertextuality. So, someone, preacher used intertextuality of biblical texts. For example, 2 Chronicles 6, 26 to 31. It says, and I paraphrase, that when my people have sinned, but they repent by praying and fasting in the temple, the Lord will hear. In other words, the Lord will repent and he will forgive their sins, and therefore he will heal them. Therefore, that's how I read the message. The message was, stop sinning. If you stopped sinning, God will heal your land. How did I also know? How did I arrive at the message? Or how did the preacher derive his message? Through what we call the conversation C, or the capital C conversation. The C conversation means the debates, the discussions, and the narratives going round that topic. For example, the pre-current speaker was presenting on textile. Textile has got, we can understand textile when we go into conversations around textile. For example, dressing, for example, fashion, for example, fabric, for example, manufacturing. Those are the conversations that can help us understand what he is saying. That's what we call conversations. It is from those conversations that we understand what he's saying. So from conversations, for example, we have conversations of what we call Deuteronomic theology. Okay? Conversations of Deuteronomic theology, which says, if you sin, God punishes. If you behave right, God blesses. That is Deuteronomy chapter 28 for those who read the Bible. Okay, Deuteronomy chapter 28 says, if you obey all the laws of God, blessings will come. If you disobey, just a tip, a dot, just a dot in the laws of God, the following curses will come. And among the curses, excellences will come. Right? Good. Conversations of that. Then we have conversations of end time events. People are saying the end has come. In the year 2000, I was 13 years old. No, I was 15. In 2000, yes. I think I was 15. Is it? Yeah, I think I was 15 in 2000. somebody said that in 2000 end times were coming. Jesus was going to come back and the world was going to end. So these are the conversations that the sermon was bringing us to us, that God is coming back. Lastly, how did we realize the message? We realized the message through what we call the big discourse or big discourses. Now, when we talk of discourses here, we mean language and culture. For example, it is in culture that we believe. So the speaker was invoking the belief that the Bible is God speaking. When you read the Bible, you're not reading what humans are saying, you're reading God speaking. So that's how we interpreted the message. Question: is it God speaking? There is also another belief that God is the source of good and evil. In other words, we do not need the devil to have evil. We only need one character called God. Oh my God. I wish somebody understood me. So God is the source of both good and evil. Question: what is the work of the devil then? What was the sermon doing? The sermon was condemning wickedness and immorality as the arch cause of COVID-19. It was also condemning sinning and turning away from God as the arch cause of COVID-19. Two things: because and cause. What was the cause? Sinning. So the preacher was condemning. Number two, the preacher was exhorting people to meet their Lord by watching their souls. The preacher was also living in neglect of matters of God through routines, e.g. meetings. Right now you're in steam. You're not even praying. You're not fasting. You're just here in steam. And remember, the guy is speaking this in State House, and the prime audience is Mr. Yoweri Museveni, the president, and Mama Janet. And the guy was reprimanding living in neglect of matters of God through routines, meetings, wars, war. Remember God in trouble. You only remember God in trouble. So was that message to Ugandans or to none of the above? What was the preacher doing lastly? The preacher was warning us against the danger of reckless living as evident through disregarding SOPs. And here, the preacher, by intertextuality, he referred to the Italian, in my language, I called it pandemicide. He quoted a letter which had been written on social media, Facebook, where 600 Italians had died of COVID-19 in a single day. 600. So by doing that, he was questioning us, questioning the audience, not to disregard SOPs. And lastly, the preacher was reassuring people that goodness, not evil, shall come out of COVID-19 lockdown. For example, husbands and wives will get back to each other in lockdown. In fact, that's when I got my first daughter. I had, yes, I had lived with my partner for 5 years without a child. But during COVID-19 lockdown, you see? Am I saying something? So the lockdowns good come out of lockdown. Why? Because husbands and wives got time for each other and they got a daughter, Parents were back to their children. Why? Because children were always at home. Environmental cleansing and cessation of wars. We never had wars during COVID-19, did we? Environmental cleansing. For the first time in the lifetime of the world, the highest peak of the highest mountain in the world would be seen. Yeah? If you traveled in Kampala after the lockdown was lifted, Kampala was green again. Lastly, what was the preacher being? The preacher was being a social worker, urging people to reform their morals, He was being a preacher, preaching, commanding people to stop sinning. He was a social critic or a social analyst, examining the cause and effect relationship of COVID-19 based on biblical history, based on eschatological reflection. It was the preacher being. He was being a social critic. He was being a social analyst. He was being a counselor, inspiring hope, advising people towards best course of action. Conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, you and I, employers, deans, heads of departments, members of organizations, Mr. President, Madam President, Minister, Madam Minister, father, mother, girlfriend, boyfriend, pastor, soldier, police officer, and so on. When you're writing and speaking, through your letters, through your circulars, when you're posting on WhatsApp, when you're writing memos, notices, speeches, when you're tweeting, you're Facebooking, you're writing an email, don't we need to ask ourselves, what am I saying? What am I doing? What am I being in this discourse? God bless you.
So I'm even confused because now being or doing as the chair of the session. Thank you very much, Mr. Stanavide, for this presentation. It triggers, it does, actually, especially. I always do that. I didn't do the languages and communication deeper like he did. I did the mass communication. We communicate to the masses. For them, they go into deeper. And every time I am typing something on WhatsApp, I end up deleting, rewriting. Sometimes I don't do at all, depending on depending on the situation. So I think it's important for all of us, scientists, artists, administrators, even in whichever category, to, as we write and get, to ask ourselves, what are we even saying in this thing? What am I doing writing such a thing or even saying such a thing to the people? What am I being? That goes beyond presentation, but it's a life audit that actually will help us live better. Thank you very much, our dear presenters. We are going to have his audio so that if the IT people, I hope you are ready. We're going to have his audio as the last item. And then you'll have your questions. If you have the questions written, I receive them and I read them. If you want to say it loud and clear, the microphones, I have 2 extra in addition to mine. One of them, and I see someone who wants to move is already here. She's ready to move the microphone to wherever you are. You ask, direct your question to whoever, and then they will answer it. I see hands up already, so I shouldn't waste time. Here is a mic, but don't give it to anyone until I tell you to do so. Those were instructions when we were writing exams. Don't open the booklet until you're told to do so. Now, let's have the video for Mr. Wanda Yahaya, and then we shall have questions and answer session. ICT. Now, you wonder what the ICT people are doing or even being.
Rising at an alarming rate.
They are being malicious. Okay. Okay, I think it's coming.
25% are diagnosed and millions more go undiagnosed. Countless people
Countless
struggle
people
daily
seek
in a world where mental health challenges are rising at an alarming rate. In a world where mental health challenges are rising at an alarming rate, 25% are diagnosed and millions more go undiagnosed. Countless people struggle daily with depression and other mental-related illnesses. But there is hope. Introducing the Nordic Mindset, a revolutionary approach to psychology, a groundbreaking method that provides a concrete roadmap for taking control of mental well-being through structured mental tools. For years, traditional methods have failed to keep pace with our rapidly changing world. Today, we stand at the brink of a mental wellness revolution, and we need your help to expand it globally. Our education, proven in Denmark and backed by a 100% money-back guarantee, equips you with the knowledge, techniques, and support to truly change lives. We're seeking passionate, dedicated mindset mentors to join our movement. Earn an incredible income while helping others achieve lasting results. Sign up now to become a certified mindset mentor in just 4 months and help reshape the future of mental health for everyone.
we shall know what they are going to say, what they will do, or what they will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I have some two questions. The first one is, sometime back we had Dr. Favor Excellency coming up with the production of a DC-powered baby incubator. And we are told that this development is at URI. It has moved the stage. I'm just wondering whether you are in touch with them. And the other bit is you have shared very good things in detail, but I'm just wondering how much you are protected. Because this nice work, we might lose it to another researcher if it is not moved fast. So thank you.
And we had the same case last time. Someone came and picked everything and went and tried them. They failed. Then she came back for more detail. That's when we realized that the fellow was copying our things. So I am repeating the question that the doctor has asked.
Yes, a very good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you for the presentation. My name is Odeke Alan. I'm a student here at Kyambogo University, and I'm studying at School of Education, doing education and special needs. So I see the discussions about technology, science, mathematics. It is there, and we really appreciate. But before, the government, our president, Seven, encourage the sciences, or encourages the sciences. And we see through Ugandans are being innovative, and they are studying, they are going on with their studies. But all over the sub-tribes, when you look at the factories, we don't have our own factories. It is these investors from different countries that are bringing machines and investing in Uganda. But these our own people, we are not seeing them anywhere, and it makes me to ask why. Why is it happening? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rita, for the nice presentation. I also have one question for you. Basing on the science of those pseudostems, why do you think this disease is so much interested in the stem than any other part of the banana plant? Thank you.
This is my opportunity now to saying what is Mr. Selvi. Am I safe? Okay. For Dr. Nakayinga and the rest of the I'm trying to imagine how we are going to use this phage therapy. In fact, you'll be sending us a suspension. The way they inject on our cabina here, do I have to inject the banana, infected banana with the therapy? And then we wait a few days for the banana to get back to life. I'm really anxious to how to apply the therapy. And maybe number two, why did you focus on sewage as a source of the virus that kills the bacterial wilt? You could think broad, but I don't know how it ended up with the sewage. Then the incubator, I think this presentation may make us adjust my speech somehow. Well, I think nearly they can't find what was exhibited in the first edition, and I think we have moved. That was the acknowledgement. I don't know whether Doctor's Excellence was dropped at one point, but this thing of protection we may get arguments because Excellence was holding it at that level. Maybe it's a new innovation altogether with the same team that has moved along somehow. The young man now, I'm going to look all plant waste and bring to your lab there. I hope that's the direction. That so long as there is cellulose in any plant material, banana peels, what, we bring to your lab, you put in that beaker, and then you end up with a strand of 1 kilometer, which is replacing cotton or a composite of cotton and it, and then we get fabric out of it. I don't know whether that's the way I understood it. And that would be very good. For Mr. Salvida, I'm even actually worried whether we are doing anything by putting this team effective. What are we trying to say? And what are we trying to be? For me, I think it's the main message that is coming out of the 4th edition. Have we done anything? What are we trying to be? It's a question that will ring in all of our hearts. Thanks so much for that message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session, and thank you to all the presenters. You will pick out where this goes. Many years ago, when we had the weave business, we had the water hyacinth. So weavers were going to be introduced. The question that came that when the water hyacinth is finished, what will the weavers eat? When banana wilt is done, we have introduced the virus, what will happen? Where will we be? For my friends who actually have moved around the world, have now switched, they know that in the developed countries, we have more stress than we have here. There is more peace in Africa. So we have more problems than we have. That's why we have more suicide and homicide on the other side. So, my friend, you will have to look at that as you try to venture into the Nordic system. They have more problems than we have. Probably we may have to look at how do we avoid getting to where they are. For my friends who are doing some work on incubators, think of the less endowed. Because is there something that we can do that will help our friends out there who are less able? Because when you look at what you are trying to work on, still we might have babies who are not in our health centers. They produce from the banana plantations and from their homes. How do we get there? On the other hand, for my young friend, yes, I want you to work very hard because we have more cellulose materials around this country and in the tropics than we have in the developed countries. So although they come here and suggest that they are the ones who are found out, even the first man to see the source of River Nile was led to that point by people who were here. He became the first man. So be aware of that. Those are our friends. For my friend Servide, we have a lot that we have to analyze. That was just one. There are many things we say and they do and they be even without talking. Just as we walk, it's a message you send out. as you are walking along the road. How do you walk? How do you cross the road? We see so many people, for example, those who were imprisoned, I think 2 days ago. They were actually undoing a lot of things in Kampala, unknowingly. So one of the ladies was crying that she had not committed anything, but she had crossed the green grass. And that was a case. And she didn't know she was committing anything. So there is a lot. If only this message can trickle down in all our students and the community here in Kyambogo, probably we will change the world. Thank you very much.
That means we also needed the psychology to make a presentation. So we are going to have the answers of this first batch, and then if there is any, we shall see. So we shall begin from the Dr. Nakayinga going, ending with the Sheriff Day.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, audience, for those stream of questions. I'll start with the last. When banana wilt is done, what will happen? Actually, maybe something maybe I mentioned and probably was not very clear was that the phages, we got them from the banana itself. The pseudostem, we got the bacteria, that's where we got the banana. I mean the phages. So what does that mean? That there's already a natural mechanism happening. The banana is trying, its system is trying to fight back the infection, but it's overwhelmed. So what are we trying to do? Is come up with even more in form of a product and introduce back. So basically what this work is showing us that actually these phages are also part of the protective immune system, if I should put it that way, for the plant. So the other one, the second was why sewage? And why sewage? So maybe the way I'll answer it is that the phages that we're going to use mostly for biocontrol are going to come from those from the pseudostem and the soil. The sewage helped us to hone in onto the skill set because it was kind of a foreign skill. Actually, I had to go to Tanzania to gain the skill. So, and because they're looking for phages for therapy, they went to sewage. So for us, we also started with sewage, good enough that we got it. But it helped us really to hone in onto the skill set that now I can say Phage Team Kyambogo has achieved in that. So yes, the Phage Chintu, that was for publications. But for biocontrol, it's going to come from the pseudostem and the soil. The other one, how is the delivery approach? The delivery approach, we are going to follow the similar approaches. For example, herbicides have used. What they do is they deliver the solution from the young leaf drip so that it can target the pseudostem. And why the pseudostem? Because that's where the bacteria thrives most. It loves that the moisture in the xylem for our simple biology. That's where it because of the water and the nutrients in there, that's where it thrives and overgrows and ends up blocking the xylem vessels. So we have to target the pseudostem, the vesicular system. And the best approach is midstream, like from the middle leaf downwards. Of course, we think that it is best to apply this phage when the symptoms are still new, are still early. So that means that the farmers should be able to know and spot the infection when it's early. But we are also not saying that we will use it singly. It can be used it can also be used along with the existing management practices. We are not coming to say that it's the hero that will probably solve everything, but we want also it to be used alongside the existing management practice. So the other, I think I've answered that, was why is the disease targeting the stem and not other part plants? Yes, it does affect the leaves. It does affect the stem. And so it affects the whole plant. It's just that when it's in its late stages, the the pseudostem really goes into rotting, if I should put it that way. It's the one that rots further down. So the other question is, won't the phages affect humans and the bananas? No, the phages will not affect the humans because they are only specific for a particular pathogen. So this biocontrol is strategically targeting only Xanthomonas. So for example, Xanthomonas, the XVM, the one which causes BXW. I know there is a student from agriculture who has approached me who wants to use the same skill set to see if they can get a biocontrol for, what did he tell me? It was for beans. So it's for a bacteria that affects the beans. So that means he also has to go and find now a phage specifically for the bean pathogen. So it is targeted for the particular pathogen. It cannot cut across. So yes, it doesn't affect humans, and it only affects the pathogen, not the non-targeted microbiome in the plant. So lastly was yours, Chair. What plans to market our research for community development? Of course, we don't want our work to remain in the lab. We can't be happy and we cannot rest. We aim at getting this solution out to the farmers. So definitely, obviously, we got the samples from the farmers who even want this solution yesterday. But of course, with science takes it takes a while to come to where we are where we are at. But we have had a symposium last week with stakeholders from MAIF, with stakeholders from NAN and NDA, regulators. It is a front. There's actually now Fetch Team Uganda, where we are all looking for these solutions, not just in agriculture, but medicine. And we're trying to front our cause that, hey, there's antibiotic resistance, there's this problem in bananas. We want you to help us front this so that it is easily acceptable by the regulatories, easily commercialized, get to the farmers. The farmers were there, the medical people were there. So the talks are ongoing. We are pushing this cause just as also globally. There's also that global push for phages for antibiotic resistance. And anyway, we also now have a student on board who is joining us. We are going to go out to the field and listen and probably see what the farmers think about this solution, this product that we are trying to come up with. Will they accept it? Will they use it? Are they comfortable with it? So I think in summary, that's what I can say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, pre-current speaker. I would like to answer a question that was raised to me about the Nordic mindset, that outside countries have more mental health issues than we do. To some extent, you may be having a point, but from my research, Finland happens to be the happiest country in the whole world. If you can Google it right now, followed by Denmark. And that's not to say that, like in all spheres, people are happy. General assumption, people are happy. And therefore, this Nordic mindset shouldn't overshadow the real gist of the mental health and its urgency that it brings. With a depression, anxiety, post-traumatic disorders, etc. We really have the same issues in Uganda that are affecting so many people, only that many people are quiet and silent about them. They tend to personalize problems, like, this is my own problem, I can't share it to anyone. Let's say, for instance, with issues to do with stress, and they don't want to be traumatized in the society. COVID-19 has proven this, that people are always traumatizing one another when it comes to issues of psychological matters. And therefore, I urge that we consider to collaborate with all the available stakeholders, including regulators, the academia, and this is the very reason as why I'm here. Personally, I've engaged in series
of engagements with the Nordic Mindset team, both online and have read their books that have been already put into establishment. They're here to help, to extend a hand of hope to ending the mental health issues in Uganda, East Africa, and the world over. Thank you so much. The other one is how, from our presentations, how are we engaging the society or the community, the students and the university mentioned. Personally, doing here is an evidence that we are really doing something concerning the issues that are affecting human beings, more so in my field as a social worker. With the resilience that I've shared through my story previously, this exhibits some of the mechanisms that we are employing as young people, as Ugandans, to make sure that we curb some of these mental health issues as a whole. And as I mentioned earlier, with the clip that has been played from the Nordic Mindset, it's open-handed, welcoming all professions in the line of psychology come and be employed under the Nordic Mindset to not only tackle issues of East Africa, but also international clients that have mental health issues. And for more information concerning that, I'll be available, and maybe you can reach me out on my email, the Nordic Mindset at gmail.com. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I will try to address myself to all the queries which have been raised. Starting with the issue of Dr. Excellence favor, I would like to say that I started this project with Dr. Excellence, and then in 2020, I was away. I went for further studies. So during that time when I was away, Dr. Excellence continued with the project, and she was working with this team that you saw. So when I came back, I had to proceed now with the same team. Then, in as far as IP is concerned, we have not yet applied for IP protection, but what I can say is two things. First of all, in this presentation, not everything has been presented. We have left out some of the critical features. We have not given you each and everything that we have done. And then secondly also is that we are taking some steps to ensure that some of the features that we have developed can be protected. We have already taken those steps. We are in the process. Then another thing is the low resource setting. First of all, this idea of the incubator, it came up because of the accessibility, affordability, because majority of the health centers cannot afford these incubators. I am a member of the National Advisory Committee on Medical Equipment, and I've moved to almost all the hospitals and health centers, and I can say that there is a very big need because these incubators are not actually there. Even when you go to the hospitals, we have recently visited, like with the team, like Rubaga Hospital and the others, you find they need like 20, but they have only 5. So in some cases, they will improvise. So when the baby is born, there are also some other devices that they use. There are baby warmers and the others. Some of them even use just lights to ensure that the temperature is at least increased so that the neonate or the baby who is premature can survive. Now, the what was done and what was presented during the last festival or the previous one is also under development. As you have seen, we are working with UDI. That is where or the fabrication is being done from. And what was presented also is there. It is also still under development from there. But also there are others. For example, when we went to meet the executive director of URI, he advised us that we should use bamboo, which is locally available. But then, for us, the specifications we are having, currently they are not allowing us to use the bamboo because of its properties. We have designed this following international standards, and we have specific materials that we must use. So together with the team, what we are doing is the design and all the designs and the simulations and everything. We are the ones who are doing. But then when it comes to fabrication, it is being done from URI. And then the manufacturing, we are doing it from China. So we design what we design from here from our lab, and then we send to China for manufacturing, and then they can send, and then we test. Already, as the presenter said, the testing phase is already ongoing because, as you saw, they presented different prototypes. Through the different phases, we have had different prototypes, and those different prototypes are there, including the one of which was there with Dr. Excellence. All that has been tested, and we have the results to show the what we got after the testing. Then another thing is there was a question on protection, especially against the dust. Given that the dust here in the country can be everywhere, and that is also a big challenge in the hospitals, and that is why we went even to the hospitals and talked to the clinicians to find out the challenges they are facing, the clinicians and also the biomedical engineers and the technicians. One of the challenges actually was on cleaning. The current incubators are very hard to clean, and we asked them for some suggestions. So what they told us that we can have a canopy which is detachable that can easily be removed, even by the nurse, not necessarily the biomedical engineer, and that is what we have done. Ensure that it can easily be cleaned, and then also the materials that we are using, they are not dust resistant, but they cannot attract so much dust. The materials that we are using in our fabrication. The other may be protection, much as the question was specifically on dust, is that this device is a very critical device. When something fails, sometimes it can be a disaster. So we have also incorporated in a lot of other protection mechanisms to ensure that in case of anything, we are alerted immediately, and also action is taken by the system itself to ensure that there is no harm that's going to be done to the baby that will be inside. Then, in as far as community involvement is concerned, as you have seen in our development, we have done extensive consultations. We have consulted by medical engineers, clinicians, and technicians, and they have given us the features. And also from our literature, from the literature study that we have done, we are not the first ones to develop a low-cost incubator. But and we have also seen what the others have developed. But what we can say is that much as they have developed those low-cost incubators for use in low resource settings, you will find that they developed without consulting the stakeholders. And that is one of the key things that we have done. Now, this incubator here can be used in different conditions or different environments in the ambulance. So even when you have someone who has given birth in from somewhere, like in a health center, for example, as you know, in health center 1, in some places, you find there is no power. or the power is not reliable. So in such settings, this incubator has got a battery. There is a battery, and also we are looking at incorporating other sources of energy like solar. So even in such settings, this incubator will be able to be used. Because remember, when you go to Europe, I was in Europe, and power went off for only 30 minutes because of the heavy storm. And then the next day, the power authority, the remember that side, had come to compensate us for anything that had gotten spoiled in our fridges. For that one, you can never hear of it here. Power will go off, and even you'll not even get an apology from the persons who are responsible. So we have put all that into consideration. But what we are saying is that the incubators which are designed to work in USA or in Europe, they may not work here without remodification. And that is what we are doing. And in the process of doing that, we're also incorporating in some other features, new features. These colleagues here, someone asked, and I want to say that they have already graduated. All of them have graduated, and they are working. They are biomedical engineers. They are working with medical equipment. Some of them are our staff here. Some and then others are working. So we are still working with them, and what I can say is we have to continue the same until we reach that part of commercialization, when we are able to start getting some money from our effort. The university has supported us, and we have to ensure that we also give back. So I think that is what I can say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, the moderator, for these interesting comments. Before I answer anything to do with community empowerment with my research, when I was enrolled into my doctorate, the very first day to appear before my supervisor, he told me, congratulations upon making it into my research group, one of the toughest, and it is very well known in the college. Then he told me two things. You are going to see me twice. The first day is today, and the second day is when you will be defending your thesis. And indeed, that was it. But on that very first day, he gave me two pieces of information. He told me, this is your research direction. Then go find out the problems that are going on within this field and make sure that each problem produces a product that fixes it. The discussion was approximately 10 minutes, and indeed he left me there and went for some other engagements. Now, I didn't know that it was a tradition within the group that before he meets a new aspiring doctoral student, the previous day he has already met with industry partners, discussing problems that they are finding with their products. And these problems are coming from consumers. But along the way, that's when I found out, especially at the other time when you already have your products and you feel like you are supposed to patent them in your name. So I began doing my work. Surprisingly, I understood the field. And to be honest, the three problems I found out, that was my doctoral thesis. And that's how I got my PhD. But now each of these products is now a successfully patented product. And the names there are with my supervisor and the company that came with the challenge. And now I'm fixing the problem, soft sensing. But these are products that are being consumed by the community. These are community problems. It's something I'm trying to establish here. Now that I was given a chance to serve my country, and right now I'm in a capacity of mimicking my former advisor, I am charged not to just do research. One thing I know that the industry partners who came were in touch with the consumers. So that means to solve this problem, it may not be very appropriate for me to first go to the community because I will not get good answers. The moderator gave us two questions which were somehow connected. My solution here is to first engage the industry partners. The industry partners are 100% linked to the community with the products they are doing. The question would be, are the products you're working on, are they of commercial interest with the industries existing in the country? The answer is yes. And just like what I talked about there, is that we are now we have established good collaborations between some direct industries connected to our field. One is Kyambogo leather industry, Uganda. Another one is we are trying to normalize that relationship, and we are actually working with them. It is fine spinners. It is in garment construction. Kyambogo is in leather. So by the time we come up with anything, we are working on upscaling. Upscaling, it is interesting to understand, are these products relevant to our people? If they are relevant to our people, then me being in the shadows working with the industrial partner, I am directly linking up with industry, with our consumers. So Kyambogo is on board, fine spinners is on board. These are some of our real partners we are trying to establish. We are also somehow, and this one I'll throw it back to our boss, the Dean Faculty of Science. I know we will go about this very well. And I will answer this one on the second point, where not only I may engage community in proxy, not in direct contact, but when it comes to materials, you realize that whatever I was talking about comes from community. Cellulose is abundant in plants, so much plant waste. That is where my eyes are. Extruding textile fibers that can be processed into yarn, fabric, and then clothing back to the community. And if they are made local, I'm very positive given the approach I'm proposing. It is a low-cost approach for processing textile materials. Not only cellulose, there is an industry that has been lingering around. In fact, when I was growing up, I grew up with my grandmother. She was among the people who were engaged to get involved in silk farming. We have these mulberry trees growing silkworms, but unfortunately, after getting the worms, selling them, I was very young, but she was engaged in this work. We didn't know where all of this ended up. When I became a textile fiber scientist, I understood the value of silk filaments. The country where I was, that is China, I think these are the pioneers of production when it comes to silk production and silk garments. They are the pioneers in this technology. In fact, when I was in my undergraduate degree, the late Mr. Godoy told us that these men feed the technology from the rest of the world for about 500 years. And it is true. When you go to those factories, the silk factories, you only stop at the garment production stage. You don't go behind where the cocoons are reeled off to get the filament. You don't go there. That is secret technology, although some are trying to adopt it. So I'm looking at a silk factory in Bushenyi that has been there for years. It is more of a demonstration farm, but we don't know where these silk filaments are going. As a material scientist in the field, I am now looking at the protein called fibroid. Dr. Rita, I know you may be so much conversant with this protein. I can tap that protein and spin it into surgical sutures, which are being imported 100% in the country. Ooh. My sister program, that is leather, we are dealing with hides and skins. And apparently, I am in a group where people in the leather value chain are complaining why the government is heaping so much tax on skins and hides, but the idea is to add value on these materials. In fact, I saw a tweet. The president was said, over my dead body, no raw material will be exported out of the country. And I think this is the reason why. Adding value. The same thing, I will go back to the building blocks of what hides and skins are. This is collagen. We can still tap into collagen and make surgical sutures. Surgical sutures are either absorbable or non-absorbable, and they can be digested by our body. No need of removing. So, raw materials, all of these ones directly are centered in the community. And engaging the community, you are trying to empower them. They should treat them with respect. They would earn from this. And once these ventures are all scaled up, they are creating jobs. And if whatever we are doing is done locally, expect low prices to be touched on these products, given the approach we are proposing. And I think that is what I can say. That's how best I'm intending to engage community. Through methodic, I want to really work on the idea of academia industry. That is one of the powerful things we can use to engage community. Because industry is already grappling with society problems. So they come, we see, what do you see? Can we fix it? Yes. Can we not? Get another partner. Yes. Away from my personal queries, I also have a question for Dr. Roland. It is a very interesting project. I love it, Doctor. But at the same time, I saw something from some of your partners talking about a field I love most. I can never send a paper for review before looking at the theoretical basis, especially mathematical modeling, when I see that there are some trends. Before you go into mathematical modeling, you should have seen that there could be trends, experimental trends that are coming out, right? That means you should have used your device. And I'm very positive the moment you went there and knew the device is in use and you have some experimental data. My question is, could you have tested whether the proposed theoretical model predicts the experimental data? Thank you.
There are two questions that I received, or two comments. One was the allegedly President Museveni's quotation. And then my brother here from special needs mentioned something about science versus arts. And I think both talk about the main discourse about arts versus sciences. I'd like to interest you in a survey I did 2 or a month ago about the current admissions in Senior 5. The current admissions in Senior 5, 2025 admission Senior 5, that are a product of the new curriculum from Senior 4, have got the following interesting ratios of science versus arts admissions. I did a survey in Buganda region, and I did something like, I surveyed 12 schools. Sega, Mukono, Wakiso, Lugazi, and so on. And so the current findings tell me that for every 10 admitted students in senior 5, 8 are sciences. 2 are art. I did a total of 1,700 students. That was the total in the schools, in the 10, 12 schools that I surveyed. And out of the 1,700 students, 1,400 were science students. PCB, PCM, PCM, PCA, where A is for agriculture, and so on and so forth. And only 300 were arts students. That is within Uganda region. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce to you that in the academic year 2028-2029, Kyambogo University will have, for every 1,000, we shall only have 200 art students. Now, I don't know whether we still have Some will stand. I don't know whether faculty of arts and humanities will stand in the academic year of entry 2028-29. I doubt whether social sciences, faculty of social sciences will be of need anymore. Question. So I think we only need what I call dialogue and attitudinal change. And this is my recommendations are, days have gone where we used to have only sciences and only arts. We envisage seeing a student doing literature in English and chemistry. We envisage seeing a student doing history and physics. We envisage seeing a student doing mathematics and English language. If we don't see that, some people saw me here sing this morning. I was singing, but I'm a teacher of English language and communication. So the next time we shall see a textile expert also interesting himself in the musical instruments. Because we shall see a lab medic interesting themselves into medical health, rather mental health. For if you're mentally sick, the textile you'll produce will be mentally sick, or mentally sickening. So I think we only need a national and international dialogue to understand that the body is both science and art. I get attracted to a woman by art if I get attracted to her by biology. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I want to respond very briefly to my colleague here, doctor, who asked me something. He asked about our mathematical modeling and how this mathematical modeling is related to the experimental data. Now, for us, we started with the model and we have tested. We have done the mathematical model and we have tested, and what we can observe is that we are able to achieve what we want within a time that the current incubators are not able to do. And we are, that is why you saw we have been fine-tuning our designs, adding this and removing this, putting this and the other. We are doing that to ensure that what we are going to construct is following what we have modeled. So that in the end, when we do the test, we're expecting that the results we are going to get, and even we have done some tests and we are seeing that what we are going to get or what we have gotten is exactly similar to what we have modeled. So I believe I have addressed your question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rita Nakayinga. Thank you very much, Wanda, Yahaya, and Dr. Roland and whatever. And then Dr. Muganire Tendo Innocent. And in absentia, he has gone to teach. Rita Serubide. Thank you for your presentations. And thank you very much, the audience, for being calm and seated and learning and writing and listening and all that you have contributed. We are going into, right now we are supposed to be eating. It's lunchtime. But because we have not finished work, we have not qualified for lunch. And there is just a small item of our poster presentation. Is not for me. I am not the MC. I hereby as the chair of the session, I got lost into the world that I'm used to. But now, thank you very much, our dear presenters, for your presentation. These are things, but I think as time goes by, we shall be where we will be. Yeah, if we can't achieve what we can, our children or even grandchildren will achieve it. The world or Uganda is not ending today, neither is Kyambogo ending tomorrow. Thank you very much. We hereby end this session and I hand over to Witch Doctor.
Thank you very much. Now you can go back to becoming the son. Sure, with all these presentations, whether Tendo still wants to keep innocent. You might want to change that, improve on the name a little bit, because you are no longer. Thank you so much for all that has happened. Now we are going in for poster presentation, and we shall do two things. Poster together with coupon lunch. Yesterday, did I even eat? I almost ate. Almost. So, coupon lunch, but please do not walk in where you want to have your lunch from without visiting the poster triangle. Is it a rectangle now? It's right just over here. I'm sure that the people, the guys who did the poster are right by there. So what you're going to do here now is to walk out for poster, talk to people, interact with them, go for lunch. Immediately after lunch, we will all be back here. So if we can get back here by 2:15, that would be a good idea. Because then we shall invite even the members of the stalls to come and receive their listen or hear from the adjudicators how they have performed. And we shall also be listening to the rapporteurs. We haven't listened to this. This machine you see in front of us here is a locally designed, innovated by somebody who is going to show us how it works immediately after lunch. So when you eat your lunch, please walk back here quickly. This threatens to look like a dungu. It is not a dungu. Threatens to look like the other thing I saw yesterday, but it's also not. And yeah, I guess so. It will work. For me, it doesn't work. It's like so you want to see what this machine does. There are others here. I think there's some the other side. So we will give them time to demonstrate, show us how this can work. And for many of you, you could have watched recently a training between mathematics and music. Actually, there is a research that was conducted and is right now being implemented in some secondary schools, about 3 secondary schools within here, where we use music to teach mathematics. So we are already there. Well, I wanted even to ask Peter, but it took off. If you watch him, he's wearing his mask here. on the elbow. So I wanted to ask him whether he's communicating. What is he doing? What is he saying? What is he doing by using the mask on the hand? I swear. But now he has run away from the question. So, ladies and gentlemen, I see the coupons being distributed, but these people don't know that the MC should have got the coupon first, and 4 of them, not only 1, 4. So please, let's walk out through to the poster and interact with those people. And at 2:15, we should all be here to pick up from here and then continue to closing ceremony soon after that. Thank you so much for the morning session, and I wish you a nice lunch. Bon appetit.
Steams, 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 downwards, steams, 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 slide down, technology, engineering, mathematics, Kyambogo's festival, demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Choosing a player, choosing a player, choosing a player. Choosing a player. Steams, 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 steams. Steams, steams. Technology. 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 Technology.
Nini we baba, sinaza nini we baba, wanataka kuniua bure baba, wanataka kuniua bure baba. Si wangu, isi wangu, chupu ya nini kati yangu, chupu ya nini kati yangu. Sema sina makosa we baba, sina makosa we. Sinaza nini we, sinaza nini we, wanataka kuniua bure, wanataka kuniua bure. Esi wangu, esi wangu, chupu ya nini kati yangu.
Chiwa chizibu nnyo okuteebereza sinaye olowooza abantu bonna bazze wali oli asooka twala akateeka Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
It's okay. Things happen. Yeah. Okay. We shall do that.
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Promise me that you'll give faith a fighting chance. And when you get the choice to sit it out or dance, I hope you dance. I hope you dance. I hope you never feel those mountains in the distance. Never settle for the path of least resistance. Let choice to sit it out or dance. I hope you dare. It's a really consolation. I hope you'll dare. So long. I hope you dare. Want to look back on their youth and wonder where the years have gone. I hope you still feel small when you stand beside the ocean. Whenever one door closes, I hope one more opens. Promise me that you'll give faith a fighting chance. And when you get the choice to sit it out or dance, I hope you dance. I hope you dance. All the games people play now, every night and every day now, never meaning what they say now, never saying what they mean. They just while away the hours in their ivory towers till they're covered up with flowers in the back of a black limousine. La da 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 da. I'm talking about you and me and the games people play. Oh, we make one another cry, break our heart when we say goodbye, cross our hearts and we hope to die that the other was to blame, and neither one ever gave in. So we gaze at our age pretend, thinking about the things that might have been, and it's a dirty, rotten shame. People walking up, singing glory, hallelujah, and they're trying to suck it to you in the name of the Lord. They're gonna teach you how to meditate, read your horoscope and cheat your fate, and to furthermore to hell with hate. Come on, get on board. La da 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 la da 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 dee. I'm talking about you and me and the games people play. Well, look around, tell me what you see. What's happening to you and me? God grant me the serenity to remember who I am. While you're giving up your sanity, for your pride and your vanity, turn your back on humanity, and you don't give a dime. I'm talking about you and me and the games people play. La da 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 la da 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 dee. I'm talking about you and me and the games people play. This world is not my home, I'm just a passing through. My
not my home, then Lord, what will I do? The angels beckon me from heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. I have a loving mother just over in glory land, and I don't expect to stop until I shake her hand. She's waiting now for me in heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If heaven's not my home, then Lord, what will I do? The angels beckon me from heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Just over in glory land we'll live eternally. The saints on every hand are shouting victory. Their songs of sweetest praise drift back from heaven's shore, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If heaven's not my home, then Lord, what will I do? The angels beckon me from heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. They say you found somebody new, but that won't stop my loving you. I just can't let you walk away. Forget the love I had for you. Guess I could find somebody too. But I don't want no one but you.
That side. That side. Open the big side. You mute it. Mute this side. Press the keyboard. Press on the keyboard. Is it on? Eh. The keyboard is on. But the speakers, these speakers. I'm saying is the keyboard on? It's on, but the speakers only, not in these ones. And you check the volume. Check the volume of it. Is the mixer on? Check on the mixer. Is the mixer on? Is the volume on? Let me add the master. So you check your instruments now. So what is the problem now? That side you need to check your keyboards now. I think we need someone who has worked on this mixer. Now that's going to be now. Why is muted?
We both felt love, we both felt pain. I'll take the sunshine over the rain. my soul. It's beyond my control. I've waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Yes, I do. If you're asking, do I love you this much? I do. Oh, I do. I never stick around quite long enough to make it. I haven't exactly breaking. It's just a thought. Only a thought. If my life is for rent, and I don't know, 'cause nothing else truly mine. I always forgot enough to live by the sea, to travel the world alone and live more simply. It's just a thought, only a thought. If my life is for and I don't learn to buy, it's truly mine. If my life is for and I don't learn to buy, not to sell nothing more than I get. Nothing I have is truly mine. All mankind is a ship, and I won't wait it down. Why am I afraid to fail? So I won't even try. But I know, say I'm alive. If my life is for rent, and I don't learn to buy, well, I just said nothing more than I get. 'Cause nothing else is truly mine. If my life is for rent, and I don't want to lie, well, I just said nothing more than I get. I dream of a golden moon and silver stars when first we met and danced to sweet guitars, music that breaks my heart, bringing me golden memories and silver tears, golden memories and silver tears.
Get people here. Yeah, it's really interesting. As you can imagine, African time. How I wish we had it.
She just likes the way you smile. Takes more than marble tile. Living on love. Living on love. Buying on time. Without somebody loving ain't worth a dime. Just like an old-fashioned storybook rhyme. Living on love. It sounds simple. That's what you're thinking. Love can walk through fire without blinking. It doesn't take much to get it done. Living on love. Where were you when the world stopped turning? That September day. Were you in the yard with your wife and children, working on some stage? Did you stand there in shock at the sight of that black smoke rising against that blue sky? Did you shout out in anger and fear for your head? Did you just sit down and cry? Did you weep for the children who lost their dear loved ones? Pray for the ones who don't know. Did you rejoice for the people who walked from the womb? Soft for the ones that did you burst out with pride for the red, white, and blue? And the heroes who died just doing what they did. Did you look up to heaven for some kind of answer and look at yourself and what really matters? I'm just a singer of simple songs. I'm not a real political man. I watch CNN, but I'm not sure I can tell you the difference in our rock and our hand. But I know Jesus and I talk to God, and I remember this from when I was young. Faith, hope, and love are some good things He gave us. Greatest is love. Where when the world stopped turning, that's it too. Teaching a class full of yes but you, driving down some cold stuff. Did you feel guilty cause you're a survivor? In a crowded room, did you feel alone? Did you call up your mother and tell her what? Did you dust off the Bible? Did you open your eyes, hope it never happened? Close your eyes and not go to sleep. Did you notice the sunset the first time in ages? Speak to some stranger on the street. Did you lay down at night, think of tomorrow, go out and buy you a gun? Did you turn off that violent old movie you're watching and turn on I Love Lucy Ray Books? Did you go to a church and hold hands with some strangers, stand in line and give your own blood? Did you just stay home and cling tight to your family? Thank God you had somebody to love.
Is it my phone, my mic that stopped the music? Ah, good. Please keep on.
Jesus and talk to God. I remember spring when I was.
Faith, hope, and love are some good things He gave us. Hello. I think we should be starting.
The number in the room is big enough and we cannot wait any longer. There are two groups of people who should be getting us started now. Each one 5 minutes. One is, are these members around? Yeah, I want these members to start. And then there is another group for computer something. I've looked for them, but by the time the performing arts is done, we will simply get into our program. So if you are still having lunch, please do it fast enough. And if you are already nearby here, just enter into the room as we get started. Because the number is as big as we always want to do. I'm sure that these people of music, do you read the Bible or the Quran? Is it the Quran or the Bible? Both. Ah, that's cool. So let me cite one from the Bible. That what have met, so will His Spirit be. So we are now sure that we are good to go. We do not have to wait. You man, you are welcome back. The question I had for you is, are you saying, doing, or being by wearing a mask in a wrong place? Is that a new style of doing, of being? So you might be saying something, that the mask is there, but I need to have it now. Oh, okay. You see, people are let him answer.
Exactly.
Have you heard? Exactly. So, music, please. Get moving. I think we are good to go. I'm told that this instrument was actually, is it designed, invented? It has never been used. Computer people. Music, eh? This one I'm told has never been used by anybody. Nobody knows how the design came up except the inventor. So please, can you come and say only 3 words about the music instrument and give us a show of about, the words should be like 1 minute. The show is the other 4 minutes, so that you don't go beyond your 5 minutes. So don't mind that some seats do not seem to have people, but even the one you are not seeing are actually there, and they are looking at you. People are also online, by the way. And that's one thing I didn't tell you. I hope the ICT gurus can show us the what do you call that? A link to YouTube where people are following us online. So when you see there are few people here, there are hundreds more online. Go for it.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sawachiranga James, but most people call me Sewa. I am the inventor of this instrument. Some of you, if you've heard of Janzi Band, I'm the founder of Janzi Band, a band that I started in 2009 and still going. This instrument here is called the Janzi. I started crafting this instrument in 2014. This very instrument, if you remember Jan's Awards in 2021, this is the instrument that was given out to the creatives in the country. When we talk about innovations, I think we've done something about our own instruments. Like you can see, we're just plugging into this instrument like you do with a guitar. You just play, which has happened to instruments like the inanga. This particular one, right? Hello. This inanga here, in 2023, I was challenged by the president of Uganda to modernize the inanga, amplify it, which I did. So this is the instrument I modernized. You just plug in and play as well, like you do with the guitar. You know, you don't need to hold the microphone around your neck just to play because it's electricity, dangerous. Because we don't have much time, I'm just going to play one piece on this beautiful instrument called the Janzi, and I hope you enjoy the sound. Thank you. Thank you so much. The unique specification of this instrument is two different scales. So this instrument is tuned in the diatonic scale on my left, and the right is pentatonic. So in my world of fusion, I find this complete fusion of one instrument giving you two things. That is the African and the Western side. Thank you so much.
How do you say in music that you are done so quickly? How do you say in music language that you're a good timekeeper? Hey, yeah. I'm telling you, this, you see, music is now like a language. It communicates. Now, like what you have been doing here, I would see people were nodding like they wanted to break their necks, but good enough. God gave them strong necks. And that means they were enjoying your stuff. You are ICT specialist, so that you can quickly take us through before we launch into. And so we are now interested in a few other things. That is, after this, we shall listen to Dr. Sam as we wait for a few other members to come, but be on the ready. So, are you connecting there? Are you connected? So, just if you tap on that, I know you are not.
Good afternoon. Yes, I stand before you as Mr. Joel, a student under the School of Computing and Information Science. So basically, this project that we have for you So basically, our project, we have an AI course recommender. Basically, the way it works, it basically this project is to help students that have finished their high school to get recommendations appropriate to their academic standards. Let's say a child has just finished high school and they would like to know which courses Kyambogo has to offer. They are going to come to this AI and they communicate with it. They tell it their performance and the courses which they would want to do. So after giving it all that information, it's going to go and compute for you the cutoff points according to your performance and gives you like around 6 recommendations. So after giving all these recommendations, you can go and apply. I'd like to show you a bit. So, as I was trying to communicate, right there, it shows you the extra courses. You first go and navigate and maybe choose your courses which you have been recommended by your parents, or let's say soja badenjagala njagala kusooka teekako ka display. So I was saying, you're going to first write down the courses that you want to do. Later on, you're going to get all your grades that you got in your high school and write them down. After that, you're going to put it into the AI. That AI is going to compute for you everything and gives you the recommendations plus your cutoff points. You see that? You don't have to look at maybe talking to someone who's not maybe available at that time. Maybe even your parents don't know how to compute these things or recommend you a good course. You see that? So to give you a recommendation, maybe you can go and talk to an elder after getting those course outlines that fall under your performance. And then another feature which we put, it can be like a career master. After you getting those recommendations, it can tell you what those courses do and how you are going to go your way about them in the campus and which jobs are aligned to them. You see that? So that's how it's different from this normal way of carrying out career guidance. At times, even you might not talk about the course I would want to do. The career master could come and maybe talk about his side of the story. Now, this one, it communicates to all sides, but basically it works for Kyambogo as per now. I could have called one of you to come and try it out and communicate with it, if you don't mind. So this is the website. That's how it looks like. You first come and explore courses. It's going to take you to the page where all the undergraduate programs are for the university. Now the child is supposed to pick out his 6 courses that they would want to do. After picking out your best 6 that you feel that fall under maybe your performance, you can go back, chat with it. It's going to take you to the page where the AI is, where you're going to put in all that information. For his example, I did PEM stroke ICT and I got 20 points plus 8 aggregates in my O level. It's going to compute for you your weights according to your performance, later gives you the total combination, the total weight. After giving you the total weight, it's going to recommend you those courses that fall under your combination. After you getting all this information and you appreciate it, you can go back, you go here to the registration at KYU. It's going to take you to the application page. We are going to fill in these recommendations that it has given you. So it's under 3 steps. The information. Okay. So I put this command that in physics I got an A, math I got a B, and economics I also got a B. And ICT plus GP I also got a point. In my O level, I got 6 distinctions, 4 credits. So which course can I do? So that's the command that I put. So it has said, thank you for providing your A-level results and O-level grades. Let's calculate for you the combined weight based on your information you have shared. So physics, 6 points, math, 5 points, economics, 5 points, and GP, it has put 1. So for, now that's the total weight. Yeah, 44. The total weight is 44 in your A level. Now, O level, the grading changes. They put 0.3 for 6 distinctions. Each distinction is given 0.3. Credits 0.2. And then the total is 2.6. So the total weight calculation is going to be 46.6. So it has given me these recommendations that I qualify for these courses. There's Bachelor's of Science in Engineering, Science in Information Technology, Science in Computer Science, and Science in Economics and Physics. So these programs typically require strong backgrounds in physics and math, which align well with your results. If you have a specific area of interest or need more information on any other courses, feel free to ask. I'm here to help. So if you have not yet appreciated these recommendations, you can also add in your own course that you'd feel like doing. It's going to calculate for you and it will show you if you are eligible to take on that course. So the problem which we are solving is preventing children like from students who just fill in these applications based on their interest without calculating them. You end up making mistakes and also not even get a place in that university. You see that? And then you go into that process of appeals and so on. So after all that, it's also going to ease the work of the student getting the course they would want to do without consulting so much and getting stressed during that entire process. So after all that process, you register at KYU and then you go on. After that, we brought another innovation, the campus navigation system. You can not present it. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chinava Isaac, a member of the Genius team. We are all in year one, and we are trying to solve problems that we faced as freshers when we are entering the campus. And the first problem, it was the campus, the AI course recommender. We got that idea whereby we found some of our colleagues in the School of Computing. Most of them, they were hoping to apply for engineering, but they don't know how they found themselves there. And we try to make that system which can help them and guide them. So apparently, we also faced the challenge of navigating around the university. It was difficult to us, whereby getting information from a senior was very difficult in terms of giving direction. So we came up with this idea of making the campus navigation system, which we integrated it also with an AI, whereby you can type in here and tell it wherever place you want to go to. In case you don't know and you are a fresher, you can type, let me say Kuluvia Hall. It's a hall of residence, but you don't know what it's all about. You can type in Kuluvia Hall and it gives you a feedback about Kuluvia Hall. So it will tell you, it seems like you are asking about Kuluvia Hall. However, I don't have specific information about that. And the result of that, it's because we are training this AI manually by ourselves. That's why it's not yet functional to that much. That's what it can tell you as per now. So we customized a campus map for Kyambogo University specifically. So when you go here into your search bar and you put Kuluvia Hall and press enter, it will directly give you where Kuluvia Hall is, and you go to directions to navigate successfully to where you want to go. Here you will put in location, then enter, and it will locate you. CTF 105 Kyambogo. So there it will locate you and gives you a perfect path. As you can see, let me zoom in here. This is the CTF Auditorium 105. It will give you a perfect location up to Kuluvia Hall. So that's all about the campus navigation system. Let me introduce my colleague to take you through another innovation. It's only one innovation of the class register.
Thank you, my colleague. Good afternoon to you all. When I joined campus, I got an opportunity of being a class coordinator. But then so far the 2 semesters covered have been facing challenges of taking the attendance of students and maintaining and keeping the attendance list. Me and my team, we came up with an idea of designing a program that we can smartly keep and store the attendance list of various course units. Here comes a simple program that is only accessed by the 2 class coordinators to assign and take attendance for the different students in that particular class or course. So here we shall be navigating through the page whereby a class coordinator is able to select a year. Now for our case, we are in year 1. So I'll take year 1. We are in semester 2, and then I'll also take semester 2. We use the program, the timetable of our own course to feed in the information. So here we have 6 different course units. Let me take, we are having operating system concepts as the course. I'll select as me, the class coordinator. I will select the lecturer taking us through that particular course unit. And then at times we find ourselves attending lectures and then a particular lecturer doesn't come for that particular lecture. Here comes an option whereby you can select on duty for a particular lecture attending to us, or off duty for that one who has failed to attend. So we have the on duty for one who is attending, and then the off duty. Okay, for this case we shall take on duty. Let's take Dr. Emmanuel attended to us. I'll take on duty. And then we shall be selecting the date on which the lecture was conducted. From here, I will load the attendance list. I will load the attendance list. It is comprised of the names of our own class, as you see. So from here, the only duty the class coordinator has is to select who attended and then who was absent for that particular course unit. Let me say Wagoli Edrin was absent. I'll be selecting him absent. Alinda Patience was absent. I'll be selecting him absent. Absent, sorry. Nabu Kenya Cindy was absent. I'll be selecting him, her absent. To simplify the work, we also have a search bar whereby we may be having a case that we have a student down the list for classes that have big number of students. So you can easily type Ocheng Charles, and then to displays you can automatically select from here minus navigating the whole list. So after selecting, this system was designed so that it can sort and filter out the students absent to the bottom of the page, and then those present to the upper side of the page. So we're having the present students, and then at the bottom we shall have those absent. Down here we have a row, a row for the class coordinator and then the assistant coordinator. It also summarizes the number of students present and those absent, and then the total number of the class. So for this case, we are having 46 students present, 4 absent, and then the total class number of students is 50. It also summarizes it in percentage. We are having 92% present and then 8% absent. So after the class coordinator taking the list, we have 3 means of registering or saving our attendance list. This can happen in a way that you can save it within the database of the system. You can export it. You can export it as an Excel for immediate effect or reference to the lecturer, that when I try to load the Excel, it will display the names of those present and then absent, so that I can tabulate and send it to the lecturer for clarification. And as well, I can also print it to attain a hard copy of the system. So the printout will be in this format. So far, that's the program. I remain Ochen Charles from the School of Computing, doing computer science, and then from a team, the Guineas team, and I stand as the president there. So in that, Specifically, we have the programs running, but then we are facing some challenges, majorly in terms of finance. So to upload them and effectively run them. In case of anything, in terms of funding, and in terms of funding, anything in terms of funding and other resources, we have the different contacts. We have the email, the guineas410@gmail.com. We have the different contacts, that's the president and then his vice president. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I hope that it takes care of online teaching because now we have blended. So don't ignore that option. At the moment we do physical and online. So that should be a third option. Not off duty only. Yeah. So and then it should also take care of those who have registered for that course, including retakers. So that's a nice innovation. Thank you so much. Please give them. I was requested to ask you to report. No. Okay. Let's go back to your store. We shall. Right now, we are going to our program, and towards the closing ceremonies, we will have two presentations. One is from Dr. Sam Gafuma, who is here. We shall also listen to the rapporteurs. Sam is going to take, he says, it will take not more than 6 minutes. The rapporteurs, I'm sure you are also going to take you can take 4.25 minutes because I know you can compute a quarter of a minute. I see a number of mathematicians there. After the rapporteurs, we shall listen to closing remarks from the Dean, Faculty of Engineering. I thought I saw the Dean. Yeah, he's there. Full of smiles completely, and also we will be listening to him. And in between, we shall also be listening to adjudicators, results from adjudicators, those who have been at the stall. And then we shall have a closing remark by the VC. So, Dr. Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Master of Ceremony. My Dean Science, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Samuel Gafuma, and I'm the Manager Business Incubation Center. And I'm going to take you through the state of the business incubation program, services, and can I have it here kindly? I can't see very far. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, so I'll be going through the services offered, key milestones, and of course the challenges. Yeah. Now the kindly, it can't keep shifting. Okay, so now the Business Incubation Center, as some of you have known, was established and commissioned in 2019, of course, with funding from the African Development Bank, in conjunction with the government of Uganda, of course, under the Higher Education, Science and Technology project, through the Ministry of Education and Sports. And the main objective, of course, was to enhance the university's efforts to empower our students, staff, and members of the community, of course, in issues of research, innovation,
and entrepreneurship. And of course, that was to address youth unemployment, which of course ultimately contributes to economic development. Now, the big is majorly specialized in bakery and confectionery. As you can see those products over there. Kindly shifting. Yeah, of course, the peak has three main components. We have the business incubator, which is aimed at nurturing new business startups. We have the commercial, we have the commercial bakery, whose objective was actually to generate income for the university. And then, of course, we have the laboratory, which is meant to facilitate research and product innovations for our staff and, of course, students. Um, yeah. Yeah. Now, what is business incubation? Business incubation basically is the process by which small or new businesses that are starting up are given resources and services to help them, navigate through those early stages when they are starting in order for them to be able to succeed in a business environment. And of course, we look at business incubators as key stepping stones for those businesses to be able to navigate through in those early stages of starting businesses. Of course, when you look at business incubators, they offer a number of services. One of them is actually production facilities and utilities. They help in marketing. Of course, they help in other services like accounting and finance, accessing grants and, of course, loans, helping in business registration. And of course, there are so many others, as we shall see what the big directly offers. Now, the big, as you can see, we have two facilities, one for the commercial bakery and then one for the business incubation. We have over 15 incubators, all business startups, and we accommodate them within that facility where they are all able to converge and actually do their different productions. And of course, we provide free services like water and power. All of them are paid for, so they don't have to struggle paying for those services. And one of the key things in business incubation is that most of these startups don't have the resources, don't have the capital to actually pay for business costs. For instance, paying for rent, paying for marketing, the costs, paying for equipment. So when we accommodate them under that one roof, they are able to save some money, and then in the process, they are actually expected to, buy some of these necessities for their businesses. And then at the end of the day, they should be able to move forward. Over there, those are some of our incubators that we are engaged with. Of course, I already said we have about 15 startups. Now, these startups are comprised of students. We have staff from within here. And of course, we also have members from the public. And members of the public constitute about 56% of them. And the other 22% are the students and also our staff. Those are some of the incubators in group photos. Now, our incubator provides a number of services, training and mentorship, and you realize most of our new startups, they actually come in without the necessary skills in production. So we have to take them through a number of things. For instance, some don't have the skills to So we take them through the baking, lessons. Some don't have, the basic food hygiene and good manufacturing practices. So all those services are provided all under one house. And then we also assist them in marketing. For instance, we have been having a tent, East End there, and some of the key innovations, because they are not yet known in the market. So what we do is to have them displayed at that point so that the immediate market, the Kyambogo, students and staff can actually have access to them. And then we are able, if those products are ready to move out to the market, of course, it's expected that at least some improvements have been done on them. And then, of course, we also assist in a number of other things like UNBS certification, so that these startups can actually be able to access market without any hindrance. Of course, with UNBS, the products need to acquire a CHU mark. Okay, and we have already invited UNBS. They have given us some recommendations to. We have already covered almost all of them. And one challenge that we're still grappling with is the construction of change rooms. But once we are done with that, we should be able to have all our products produced under the BIC certified and, of course, acquiring a CHU mark. Of course, as I said, we help our incubators with visibility and marketing. So those are some of images tracked from some exhibitions. Our incubators, when they come in, usually they come in with low production capacities. And under the services that we are able to provide, over time, they are able to increase their production volumes. And as you can see, that is an incubator that came in at, a very low production level. Right now, they are able to produce between 150 to 300 units of bread per day. And that is a sign of significant progress. Now we also, provide assistance with access to funding sources and, of course, networking. And in that respect, of course, we have a number of, agencies that we work with. For instance, we have Churat, and one of our incubators has already benefited from that kind of network. She has been awarded a $20,000 grant in order to be able to invest in the business. Of course, she's going to use that to buy equipment, cater for certification, and, of course, some other costs as the business may require. Of course, we also help them with legal and other regulatory services. For instance, most of our business startups come with unregistered businesses. So what we do is actually to link up with URSB online. And up to now, right now, over 70% of these business startups have been registered. We also, of course, help in issues like financial management. And these are key services in order to make sure that these businesses that are new and they are beginning can, get on their feet. We also, of course, as BIC, one of the mandates is actually to support teaching and learning. And in that line, we have, of course, had a number of master students, over 9 of them, doing their research projects at the BIC. We have over 20 undergraduate students who have done their research there, over 63 students attending internship, and, of course, so many others, 130 for student tours and staff. Now we have of course, we also have a component to support research and innovation. Some of those products you are seeing generated from our local materials, like that, that cake you are seeing there is a sweet potato cake made out of 100% sweet potato flour, no wheat added. And we have a number of others. Cassava, we can make 100% using cassava flour without any wheat added. We have, for instance, pumpkins and eggplants. We have, develop different formulations for different products. Over there, we have gluten-free bread that has been developed without necessarily adding any single bit of wheat. And that is some significant progress in as far as innovations at the beak are concerned. Now, the other thing is that with us using, for instance, we use purees instead of flour in the production of bread and cakes. Now, using puree saves us from going through that process of having to dry the raw material and milling it and generating flour, which is costly and also time consuming. Those are pumpkin cookies, and of course that is we also as BIC support commercialization of research products, and in that direction we have about 2 incubators that have enrolled with us. One is a staff in the Department of Food Science who is optimizing the inclusion of banana and pumpkin flour in bread, and of course when those products are ready, they should be able to go onto the market. We have another lady, she's working for Bamboo Tena, again a research incubator, who is working on bamboo powder, of course fortifying it with hyaline and vitamin C in order to generate a nutritional supplement that can be used to strengthen collagen, of course in aging individuals. Now, as far as the services we offer are concerned, when we are starting this program, our incubators were not paying anything. Over time, we have come to revise our engagement with them. In 2023-24, we actually introduced monthly charges, and most of them exited because they couldn't pay for the monthly charges. Last year in July, we introduced, first of all, increased the subscription fees, but also a charge per unit product produced. And most of those that were there for games, I guess, also exited. As we speak, we have incubators that are persistent. They come every day and they are producing. And out of that, we have actually been able to raise about 16 million over the last 3 quarters, only arising out of those charges. And that is not income, but just recovery on the cost. Let me finish. Now, there is one very major component that I need to elucidate on. When our incubators come, we usually give them 3 to 5 years. So they are supposed to stay for 3 to 5 years. And during that period, they are supposed to produce, make some savings, and also invest in equipment for their own production lines. So we have about 3 of them who have already actually done that. And as you can see on the right, now that one is Joyce. We have Aserand. She has already bought a line of equipment, including a water filter and a tank. So the juice you are getting from Aserand is one derived from purified water, and we are of course confident that the resulting product is of high quality. Now there are other incubators like Nairo Chocolate. They have already secured equipment, and within 2 to 3 years, I'm very sure that those incubators should be able to exit. Now that is our final objective, that we pass out incubators who have successfully completed an incubation program, and then now they can stand alone as full-fledged businesses. Yeah, we have one. Let me just hint on a few challenges. Now we have been having a high dropout rate for our incubators, and of course this is because of various reasons. One of them could be working capital, and I can't mention, but we have been also having students. They come and then within a short, once they finish their studies, of course, they disappear. However, one of the main challenges has been our cards. The products you are seeing, actually, they are not products, those are those. When power goes off, the door overproofs, and the result is what you're seeing there. They completely get spoiled. Now, the challenge is that an incubator that invested over $1 million in raw materials, when that happens, that incubator gets demoralized and is not going to come back. I have a case of Daniel Dabwanga, he's there. That is a man we trained right from the beginning. Within weeks, he was able to produce large quantities of bread. But every time power would go off, the young boy would cry to us. And eventually, he left the beak. So we, of course, those are issues for us to deal with management. I'm not going to go through all those challenges. I think let me, yeah, have my presentation stops here. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very, very much, Sam. There are two things that you wrote down for you to take note of. For the colleagues, these last ones here, there are no questions. They're just bringing us up to speed. But for you, Sam, there are two things. One of interest, you said there was a project. Rita, can I speak first? There, you see, when you have this one, you can. There's a product you said for people. I like that one. So please, I am a customer, yeah? Because I'm now, I don't know somewhere, about 75. So that's one. The second one, you said you made some 16 million, eh? Unfortunately, I also work for URA, so I'm coming. So prepare. Thank you so much, rapporteurs. Can you help us up to speed? 6 minutes. Let's wait for shall we shall have I hope the adjudicators are compiling the data somewhere because we would want to see or hear from them as soon as we have closed the ceremony. I think also waiting for some two ladies who have been packaged and they're saying they want to steam us in I don't know, I've forgotten the name of the thing. You see where you does that in the name. Hey, I read books. There's some two ladies. They have done first. They're going to show us a little bit picture. Then after we shall right here. We don't need to go. There are no payments, no change. Right in the strong area. And transform in 30 to 40 minutes. You know, when you sweat, you have conflict take you home. So don't mind about sweating. There's no problem about that. You come and tell us how. Fantastic. Go for it.
My name is Moses Nabulele. I'm from the Department of Economics, Faculty of Social Sciences. I'm here to give a report, a summary of the fourth edition of the STEAM Festival 2025. I've worked with Dr. Kimuli and Dr. Mbabazi. So on the behalf of rapporteurs, allow me to give a summary, a brief of what has been part of the fourth edition of the STEAM Festival. The very first day, that was yesterday, we had an opening remark from the director of IDIL, that is the Institute of Distance Education, that is Dr. Kasumba. After his speech, we had another remark, opening remark from Dr. Savannah Nakamama STEAM, who gave us an overview of STEAM and its history. She has well invited the keynote speakers. That was Mr. Muhumuza Alan from the Secretariat of Science, Technology and Innovation. What Mr. Philip Mikasa, Ronald Kaima, those ones were from the Technology Anatomy Limited, that is in Amavwe. And lastly, we had Mr. Walter Upoki, from Sogem Enterprises. And the other was the arrival of our chief guest. And after the arrival of the chief guest, we had a speech from the Dean, Faculty of Science, that is none other than Professor Edwin Gampoza, who welcomed the chief guest, thanked the STEAM organizing committee, he thanked the council and the top management of the university for the support. He went ahead and listed some of the success stories that STEAM has had since it started. He recognized the sponsors and some schools that have been part of the STEAM fourth edition. He went ahead to lament for support from the top management and council as well, as far as funding is concerned, to this STEAM festival for the coming one, that is next year. Then we had the Vice Chancellor's speech. He was represented by Justice Kwete Kaporov. He gave us a welcome note, welcomed whoever was here, and he went ahead to thank the University Council and top management for ensuring that STEAM Festival is organized, and whenever is there, it is a success. He went ahead and put it clear that STEAM is clearly a platform for demystifying the complex science. I as well pledged more support for STEAM and promised and as well assured us that next year, which will be the 5th edition, we shall have a successful festival. We had a remark from the chairperson of the council, Professor Mangin, who welcomed whoever was in this conference. He congratulated the council and the vice chancellor upon their efforts and successful organization they have had put in place to ensure that STEAM fourth edition is a success. He thanked all the participants in this year's festival, and he went ahead to pledge support, financial support for the STEAM activities. We had our chief guest representing Honorable John Kristo Muingo. She sent us greetings. She gave us greetings from the President of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. She thanked the organizers and the university management for organizing the STEAM fourth edition. She thanked the VC and the university management for their commitment to the growth of the university. She acknowledged that the university has been growing and continues to grow, and such activities exhibit that. She took a tour around the stores, and she was pleased with the innovations of those who were exhibiting. She encouraged the university to put emphasis on research and innovation. We went in for lunch, and after lunch, that was the end of our day one. So day two, which is today, we had our opening remarks from Dr. Isingoma Evelyn. We had the short talks or short stories from. We had short talks or short stories from Dr. Rita Nakayinga. I'm sorry for the accent. I'm Mwere, so hours we have K, not Chi. So I'm so sure. Okay, sorry. We have Mr. Mawanda Yahaya, Roland Whatever, and Dr. Nganure Tendo. Mr. Selvi Peter were among the people with the short talks. And that's a recap of what we have had in these 2 days for our fourth edition of the STEAM Festival. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for the summaries. And now I take this opportunity to invite the Dean Faculty of Engineering to come and give us a closing remark. STEAM is always shared amongst faculties and schools in the university. So he is going to give us a closing remark. You may want to walk right over there. As he talks, we are saying that Yes. After that, absolutely. We shall be closing very, very soon. Thank you, Charles.
Uh, the protocol remains observed. My name is Charles Vanyutha, Dean Faculty of Engineering. And I think my role here is simple, to give a closing remark. But a typical closing remark, of course, is to try to summarize and just on a few issues to realize that no much activities will be ongoing. But before I do that, I think I just want to, on my own behalf, try to give a few remarks before I can give the closing one. Our theme today, I mean, for this fourth edition of the STEAM, is demystifying science, technology, innovation for community development. And this is in line with the challenges we have in this contemporary world. We talk of climate change, we talk of the issues of global health, biodiversity issues, and so many other areas, for instance, food insecurity. We have the rampant household poverty, and so on. And all these challenges, of course, attract attention of the professionals to ensure contributions come from various areas. And of course, these concerns have tended to attract or lead to a number of frameworks we have. For instance, the Sustainable Development Goals. We have the East African Vision 2050, the Uganda Vision 2040, the African Union 2063, and of course, for us to address all these challenges, we needed working frameworks that can allow us, of course, as it is going to require multilateral cooperation, cooperation between the governments, the industries, the organizations, the different agencies to ensure availability also of technological and innovation policies that can be supported by strong financing. And of course, talking about the financing, we need that financing support to allow us go through the different stages of typical innovation process, including, of course, the idealization, the conceptualization, and the revision of the solutions and the market bit. But mostly we tend to focus on the first two, that is the ideas and the concepts. And of course, this is not enough. And we tend to focus on the two because somehow we are limited. We lack working policies and we cannot go far. And there are, of course, other challenges. So there is need for uh, coming up with policies that can protect our innovations, that can allow us move beyond the first two steps. For example, trying to see how we link to the market and the commercialization. So, in the closing remark, basically, this is a call for the different stakeholders, the government, the industries, uh, the academia, and other stakeholders to ensure there is need for liaising with where the ideas will be coming from. Mainly, when we talk of the universities or the academia, we need support from the various stakeholders to ensure we can move beyond the first two steps. And of course, as we know, there are different, of course, stages of a typical innovation life cycle, and we talk of the opportunity to innovate. We talk of the creativity platform, the implementation, and the diffusion. Of course, when we talk of diffusion, we are looking at a stage to chart the spread and adoption or commercialization of the different innovations we have. So we cannot do much if we don't have the support. I want to give just example of our Kyambogo universities. We have got the different faculties or the academic units, but you'll find we do not have so much consideration of parts of our budget going for the innovations. And of course, that affects how much we can do when it comes to the innovation. Also, in a special way, I want to have this as a special call to our, I see, director for research or the chief for the research in the university to support us, especially in development of relevant policies, because I don't think we have a working one here. Also, protection of our innovations. From time to time, you find organizations coming to simply see how they want to collaborate, but if you look carefully, you might find they want to take away the innovation. So we need such protections. Also, support is required and linkage to the different industries that can allow us take this right. I mean, from these stages of simply showcasing it at the initial stages to a step which can allow us to realize the better part of it. And also, maybe the university can commit and provide particular funds to support the innovations part of the research component that we can come up with. And of course, on the side of the curriculum, we need to include problem-based learning and include a lot of aspects of innovation, creativity, in a way that, of course, we can be able to, let's say, next year, reach at a different level and have so many innovations. So my hope is that you have enjoyed your stay here. You have learned so much. You're not the same as you came, and you've got so much that is going to urge you to do more as you come in the next phase of the STEAM. And we hope next STEAM, the fifth edition, we are going to have so many organizations, so many of the things we lacked, especially when it comes to the policies. And my prayer is the so many innovations we have showcased this time should, some of them by next year should have gone a step ahead to ensure that the theme is saying support development of the community. I say all this for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Dean, Faculty of Engineering. His team actually one of those that excelled with the incubator. And we are hoping that every other day the incubator moves a step ahead. And all the others. Okay. So I thought that the stalls and the exhibitors are done, so that the adjudicators would be here, but I'm reminded they are still walking around awarding marks. So if they take longer than we will be here, the mic always reaches there at any one moment. So we hope that these adjudicators, I'm sure you hear us from them, kindly move a bit faster and you run into the auditorium, because as the vessel closes, we shall be requested in knowing one exhibitors did better than the other. They might not be the best, but at least one or so will have done something good. So we should have entertainment now, but please come give us some short stuff of 2-3 minutes. After the entertainment, when the adjudicators will have come or not, we shall be moving to the closing of day 2. So, short interlude as we wait for the adjudicators. Thank you.
Hawajamatei mvamene tena kwepatazo yachuka atindishina to stay on your living side. As I go, you can tell moments in a way, there, deep down in the sunshine. Suzana Busese, Dano Kunda, Chibi go for me. Chibi Chibi to me. Silence in the ocean, the one as it seems. What was taken, the Chibi go for me. Chibi do you got me? And calling you. Say my son, baby, when we say, oh, something, just what I'm not so young, I am not.
just sit anytime we shall call you back. Just stretch your legs a little bit. So we want to start on aspects of closing, and we shall be giving few certificates in categories. And you can see that the certificates are quite many. And we want to start with big. And this is going to be run by the manager. Please come and read 10 or 15, 10 names, which will be given by the chairperson. All these members are going to share. The VC will give a few for some categories also. So for now, the gives some 10, the director is here, and we shall let the VC to give just a few. Okay, go for it.
Good evening, dear members. I'm here standing on behalf of the Business Incubation Center. We have two types of certificates to give. We have those for our incubators that have come and we have trained them. They left. Of course, they left for various reasons. Some of them went on to in the same business area to do baking, but some, especially our students, went on to to join the employment sector. Of course, it's right for us to offer them some kind of certificate that is going to recognize that contribution that they have had on the big. I would like to call upon the chairperson, technical working committee, come and hand over these certificates. We are going to read about 10 for the incubators, and then the rest they will pick them from me. So, okay. So this one is Bwanga Dania. Bwanga Dania. We have Betty. I hope she's around. Yeah, she's going to go Betty. Yeah. Nahiria Brenda. She's not around. Sige Annette Daniela. Akum Joan. Akum Joan had a daughter representing her. Nyakwera, I hope she's around. No, sorry. Yeah. Such a Brenda. And such a Brenda, I think, will take Annie Elaine's certificate. Yeah. Katoru Bwama, I hope she's around.
Them say, they tell you say
Is Kato around?
be the one. But God say, make I tell you say.
Chiza Emma?
In truth, in 1 month, in 1
Chiza is
week,
not.
you was
It goes on now. I think for now we can leave the others. We can now hand over. Yeah. Sorry. Now,
congratulations.
again, Sam. Sorry. Yeah.
I have a mess.
Yeah.
God said,
On the other side, we have another type of certificate offer, and these are certificates of appreciation to our members of the technical working committee for the work well done in steering, the establishment and management of the Business Situation Center. And I guess all of them are present here. The first is Miss Chosaba Piskain. I think she's not around. She's on study leave. Yeah. Miss Namuri Irene. She's around. Mr. Gafam Sajoja.
He has started you, and you will come back with a new something. God is to
Gafam Sajoja.
yes. With a new song of praise, God is good. Oh, congratulations.
Dr. Mulebeka Robert, not around. We have now this is a certificate to the chairperson. It will come later.
Them say that I can never. I see in the
Mr. Chiman Mutulu.
God is richer than that.
Yeah, Mr. Chiman Mutulu is there. Dr. Chakula Mike. Dr. Chakula Mike was not around.
Many
And this one of associate professor, I think, again, the chairperson, sorry, the VC will hand over.
congrats. God is highest.
Now, this is the certificate of exemplary service awarded to Professor Mugampoza for his, of course, involvement in the establishment and management of the bank. You remember that he's the one who actually started it, and everything that is there were actually molded by him. And this is right for us to actually appreciate him. And he's getting a certificate of exemplary service. Yeah.
Time for jubilee.
Yeah. This one is to Dr. Isingoma. I think the dean will now come in. Can we change?
You cannot refuse.
Yeah.
I tell you,
Dr. Isingoma, evidence?
come on, I'm to give me your attention. We say your testimony. I want you to tell your testimony.
Before you go, the final one. This name is too complicated for him to read. It is written in Arabic. This is a certificate of appreciation given to Dr. Gafuma Samuel for a member technical working committee, and because he is also in charge of all these other ones, he will therefore take all of them and they will get them from him. Thank you so much. This is yes, you can see. This is a certificate for sponsors. They will be given by the dean. The dean engineering. Where are you? Thank you so much. Just right here, the dean, and start off straight away. And there was this one that had not been given, and for the chairperson of the technical working committee, and this was to be given to Mr. Segawa Apollo, and so we ask that you come over here and receive the certificate. That's Thank you so much. This is the certificate for the persons who have sponsored. And so I want to request, yes, Who should I request to come over here and give this? Where's Dr. Santa Maria? Please come and hand over this certificate to the Dean Engineering. And mine. See, once you are a leader, always wherever you are, you sit or stand in that capacity. So there are quite a number for Centenary Bank, for ABSA Bank, for Holistic Inclusive Challenges Uganda Capital, Justice and Development, KYU Soroti Campus, Soroti Learning Center, Busheni Learning Center, Kyambogo University Library. At least I know one is here. That can be handed over directly. KYU Business Incubation Center. Sam, where are you? Gafuma. No, you just speak.
My eyes are fading.
No, that is for the entire KP. Just receive. Just give that one to Dr. Sam.
Show yourself. Be sure to you change us, giving me victory. Yes, the great decision he made.
So the next those sponsors that will be given to the chair, to the overall convener of STEAM. Professor Mgampoza will receive all this on his behalf. Please stay there.
Yes. Sir.
Thank you so much. We have so many that for the committee members, and there are quite a number.
Look, my eyes are faded, I can see. I wish God show me.
Music, can we have some music interlude? Please take a seat here. Maria.
Show you show love. I can't change. I give up everything. Hey,
Let's check on first.
What's blocking my way? I wanna move closer to your ways. I know the side is fine, but I have to be there. Me, I love more than money. One more time. Baby, what's blocking my way? I wanna move closer to your ways. I know the side is fine, but I have to be there. Me, love more than money. I'm Mr. Gentil. Let's be by your side. Give it up one more time. Highway. With love. Slip. Was looking I want una move to tears. I decided but I have to be I am more than your need. Mr. Your bookie. I want to be by your side. That love will be promised now. That's what the good for to bring love and for you. You need your time. Yeah. What was that? Come on. Come on. You'll get up. Stop it. I.
So much towards the final parts of the certificate, and then the mission will close. So many requests, Dr. Evelyn Ishinoma, please kindly come and stand here and help to give out a certificate. Very quickly, and this one for us to keep a faster time. This is a certificate given to Associate Professor Derisa Mugampoza as overall chairperson. Just as overall coordinator. Overall coordinator, where are you? Not there. And this is given to Dr. Ann Nakajuri as the chairperson of the conference. Skip there. That was given to her as a person in her personal capacity. I would like to request her in her capacity as the VC representative to give out all these certificates to committee members to the overall, to Savannah, yes. She's here because she's the coordinator. So all these certificates will be given to Dr. Savannah to keep to the members. Please, Dr. Savannah. All of them. Because she now represents all of them. Keep standing. I might request Dr. Savannah to put the certificates just on the table there. You have a few more. Because you are the overall coordinator. So we shall ensure that you are coordinating. These are certificates for volunteers. And she knows the number of volunteers. They are close to 50 plus. All of them, their certificates here. Kindly, Dr. Evelyn. You cannot coordinate for no reason. These are certificates for almost 1,000 exhibitors. They are all here given to the overall coordinator. You cannot be a coordinator without coordinating certificates as well. Not here. Thank you so much. This is a final one. And that okay, Dr. Savannah, now you can relax. This is given to Dr. Engineer Ann Nakajiri as chairperson. The other one, I think, was a committee member. So this is for the chairperson. Please give her. There are few, please, you can now take your seats. There are a few certificates here. One for Mr. Ruben Chinomijini as a session chairperson. That one will be given, I will give him. And now that is not there. And a few more certificates here for presenters, largely for presenting. I don't know whether I should give this to Dr. Savannah also. Savannah says give this to Dr. Chumuli. All the presenters since we have been taking a record, they say their words, their certificate. And please ensure that every one of them receives this. I guess it could also take this one. This is for Reverend who chaired the session for those presenting. Thank you so much. I hope that the adjudicators are here now. They are still doing something now. Thank you so much. We're hoping that the adjudicators are somewhere on the way coming. We are now going to the very last part of our closing ceremony. And I want to request the overall presenter of the Faculty of Science to lead the VC, the Director DRGT, and Dr. Savannah as the coordinator to the high table so that we go over the closing ceremony. And please don't forget
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills. Kyambogo University.
Don't forget
skills
that,
service.
yes, deans who are listening, because your colleague says he cannot sit there alone. Then engineering, you are please wake up there. And then Dr. Savannah says she's still coordinating. Please coordinate and bring for us the adjudicators. They are the only ones who haven't coordinated fully. We need to hear the mathematics about those numbers. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now heading towards the final section, and we want to give the adjudicators a little bit of some time and get some 2 minutes of entertainment. Thank you so much. Let's check on top.
Technology. What is Kyambogo's festival?
Check on top. Check on top. Mixer. On.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I got flooded with the about the WikiLeaks.
Naye ndaba WikiLeaks buno wano naye there's nobody at WikiLeaks. Tewali aliwa WikiLeaks wano kati ndagiriramuko katono. Anti WikiLeaks buno wano. Obadde ogamba nti aliwa WikiLeaks.
Give me that part. I want some for WikiLeaks.
Apewa WikiLeaks. Oli abadde wa WikiLeaks. Naye ndaba wano WikiLeaks wano.
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Thank you. James, we have just come. We have been enjoying. But I know WikiLeaks. That isn't WikiLeaks. You know what? And it's a very humble and of ours. It's serious there at home. When he's here, he's innocent. Okay. Now I'm now getting it from you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will communicate results from the indicators as and when the results get here. It's already 4:30 and we didn't even want to reach 4 o'clock. Allow me now to invite the chairperson of the STEAM Festival, Dr. Professor Mgamboza, the Dean of the Faculty of Science, to officiate part of the closing ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. People think science is so boring. We are in labs looking for molecules, but Savannah brought a different version altogether. We also dance, and maybe my brother here, at one point we may have been to go into the football pitch to show that when we are celebrating science, we traverse all the six. Thanks so much. My job is very easy. First of all, thank you so much for gracing our invitation for STEAM, for various participations. If there are any limitations, I'm accountable. If there are any success stories, we attribute them to the Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Who is here with us? It's now my pleasure and privilege to invite the Vice Chancellor to give the closing remarks. And after that, declares the fourth edition of STEAM Festival officially closed. See you next year in the fifth edition, God willing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dean Faculty of Science. Standing before you to deliver the closing remarks from the Vice Chancellor, I'm called Engineer Dr. Anne Nakajiri. I'm from the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, but I am also the Chief or the Director for the Research and Grants Office, which is under the Office of the Vice Chancellor. I'm really honored to be here, to be part of the fourth edition. I've actually followed this journey through from the first edition. And members of council, members of top management, members of Senate, deans of faculties, schools and institutions, heads of departments, teaching and non-teaching staff, our students, members of media and ICT, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say good afternoon or good evening to you all. As we come to the close of the fourth edition of STEAM Festival and the Competitive Grants Dissemination Conference, I wish to extend our deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for your invaluable contribution, enthusiasm, and commitment to the spirit of inquiry and innovation. So I bring warm regards from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Eli Katonguka. He has really been a part of this, though he wasn't able to be here physically. But as we look at the theme for this festival, demystifying science, technology, and innovation for community development, it has enabled us to share knowledge, inspiring ideas, and to forge connections that will no doubt continue to thrive a long way after the festival closes today. Through this festival, we have explored three critical pillars, and through transforming education into a catalyst for deep tech innovation, we were reminded that education is not only a vessel for knowledge, but also a launch pad for imagination and invention. We must continue to equip our learners with the tools to think critically, solve real-world problems, and build deep tech solutions tailored to our unique challenges. Driving green mobility in Uganda through public-private collaboration, this is quite key to this social development of the nation. We have examined how strategic partnerships between government, industry, and academia can accelerate and transition into sustainable and tangible transportation. We also looked into enhancing the quality and innovation for global competitiveness of agro products. Here we have seen how science and innovation can transform agriculture from subsistence to commercial and also from local, global. Agriculture is key to our social development, and it is one of the critical areas that are looked at to foster development, especially along the low income earners, to bring them to a better position. Top management will continue to support the initiatives around research and innovation. This is clearly stipulated in our university strategic development agenda, and it's focal area number 2. And we'll continue to do this through various strategies. Currently, the competitive research grants is doing a lot of this. And this has 3 major objectives. 1, to increase the volume and quality of research from Kyambogo. And I think we have done this. You have seen a lot that is coming out. To enhance the capacity of academic staff to supervise graduate students. There's a lot happening with the graduate students. There's credible research and a lot of publication of their work. And then finally, to enhance the capacity for successful external grant proposal writing. Currently, through this scheme, we have had 113 beneficiaries over the past 9 calls. Currently, we are evaluating the 10th call, and soon we'll inform the successful applicants of the outcomes. We have the Research and Grants Office that is disseminating and supporting the 3rd objective for grants writing. And we disseminate a number of calls that target 3 broad areas. One is research and innovation. The second is capacity building grants. And also we disseminate calls around mobility grants for staff and students. We also at times put out opportunities for the PhD students or for postdoc students. To support the grants office, we also have the International Relations Office. We have had a number of staff members mention they have challenges linking with international partners from universities in the north. But we want to tell you that this is coordinated greatly through the International Relations Office. So if you have challenges in this, please feel free to contact us. We are also looking at coming up with a database for the innovations. As the Dean of Faculty of Engineering mentioned, we need to move this forward. However, we have a lag in that, and our kind request is if the faculties could document this so that it gives us a platform to move forward. One of the things you don't know about Dr. Steam, Dr. Savannah, she's doing a lot of work around this, connecting our researchers to STI in this aspect and trying to move our innovations forward. But we need this documented because it also helps you keep track of what innovations are out there. So in addition to all this, I would like to inform you that we also support quality of research. We have to ensure that we have credible research going on. So I know a number of you have been trying to find out what is happening in regards to the Kyambogo University Research and Ethics Committee. So over the last year, we have been working with a number of staff members and Uganda National Council for Science and Technology to have the Kyambogo University Research and Ethics Committee accredited. That is the first point for us to be able to receive protocols and evaluate them. And I would like to inform you that this process has been successful. As of 19th December last year, 2024, the Kyambogo University rep was accredited. Currently, we are finalizing the onboarding requirements. And as of yesterday, we were told we have officially been included in the system. And we are hopeful that beginning of May, we'll be able to fully operate. The REC has a committee in place, and its office is located on CLB, that is the Central Learning Building, level 4, rooms 4.7 strokes 4.8. So please, the chairperson is going to send out an official communication to this, and then they will officially invite protocols to be reviewed by the Kyambogo University REC. So we'll also continue to support dissemination of findings. Today's conference session has engaged a number of participants in impactful discussions and exploring innovative pathways under the theme Advancing Research and Innovation for Impact. The conference theme is more than just a call for action. It is a reflection on our shared vision, where research is not only confined to academic journals or laboratories, but transferred into tangible solutions and products, measurable outcomes, but also positive change within our communities. We have witnessed inspiring presentations, rigorous dialogue around some of the most pressing challenges for society today. This conference has reminded us that innovation must not be guided by evidence, and research must be guided by purpose. So we should keep those two in mind. We have had oral and poster presentations, and would like to thank you all for the insights that have been put out through these channels. We have truly begun to demystify science, technology, and innovation, not by simplifying it only, but by connecting to those that hope and need all this, and also inspiring other people to come on board, so that we can continue to do a lot to bring out the science and innovation, but again, to contribute to the socio-economic development of the nation. So let us carry forward the momentum that we have built here. Let us continue to collaborate across sectors, across disciplines and generations. And above all, let us remain committed to using science, technology, and innovation as a practical tool for inclusive and sustainable development. To the organizers, the speakers, the sponsors, and invited guests, we thank you for making this event a success. I am confident that together we have planted seeds of change. Now, what is left for us to do is to nurture them for lasting impact. With these few remarks, I would like to officially declare the 4th edition of the Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics, what we call our STEAM Festival, officially closed. May we meet again next year for the 5th edition, and we are looking forward to sharing more, learning more, and building a number of partnerships and together as we move our mandate forward. I would like also to take this opportunity to wish you all a happy Easter, knowledge and skills for service for God and my country.
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Stay schools. Wait a minute. Harry, just grab a what is Stonewall's Festival and mystifying science, technology, and innovation.
Thank you so much. That is part of STEAM, a little bit, just a small dose. Thank you so much, Madam VC, for closing this. And we will be moving with our program. And we wouldn't wish to hold you here any longer. When you feel free, you are free. Indeed. And we hope that all the people who exhibited are here. And we had said that the mentors, I didn't know any of them. I don't even know any of them. And I don't need to know them for now. I will soon know them, because by any means, one of them has got to tell us what has happened. And the last letter on this STEAM is mathematics. So the person going to talk about what has happened there will also talk about some mathematics, because there will be a many percentage. There will be some mathematical things. And then finally, we shall have Now James has come at the last minute, entertaining us for the last time, because I see here on the word entertainment and departure at leisure. Adjudicators, uh, the mic is here. One of you, please. Should I start with the lady, because this lady has not been around? She has pointed to the next one. He's also, so I now know the one who was the leader of the group. That's mathematical also. Yeah. It's called, yes. No. It's equal to 1.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing I'm going to say here. The Vice Chancellor has already closed. So what do you expect from me? Because they said when a big drum has sounded, the small one don't what? But maybe say a few things about what I'm sure all of you are eager to listen. We are given an assignment to move around to those guys who are something to show us. They call them exhibitors. We moved around and we found a total of 67 exhibitors. I did not ask you to clap, but since you have clapped, it's okay. We try to categorize this exhibition into the following. There were those which was from agriculture. There are those one which we call petroleum and minerals. There are those one which we are calling mechanical engineering. There are those one we put them under what we call computer science and software development. Then there are what we call art and industrial design. Then the last one, we call them emerging technologies, with a special reference to artificial intelligence. Because I think since yesterday they were talking about, I don't think I've come to stay. But it is us now how to adapt ourselves to them. So those are the categories. The faculties which was able to send people there was faculty of agriculture, we have faculty of engineering, there is faculty of science, we have the school of build environment, and then we have the school of art and industrial design. There is also one which doesn't have a faculty, but they have a center. So we have Institute of Distance and E-Learning, represented by Bushenyi Learning Center and Soroti Learning Center. So I'm sure now what you want to hear is among these 67, about 3, but we found 4. I was given a certificate to 3 of them, but there's a tie. So can you make another certificate? Now we are going to make it. But if we round it off, we knock 1, it's all up to you. So our what's the word? Our ranking goes as follows. We found something called diagnosis of colorectal cancer using AI. Have you heard? So those one to us as lay people, maybe before I go there, what we were looking for, they were about 3 things, actually 4. The first one we were looking for was the description of the idea there. The second one, we are looking at the content. And the content we are looking for is the science or the science behind what they are doing. The next one we are looking, what we look at was the clarity of the idea. There are some of you have very nice idea, but you cannot realize what it is. So there you count against yourself. The last thing which we are looking at is the charisma. These people of Faculty of Arts and Engineering, social sciences, humanities. What is charisma? What it is in the Faculty of Science, Mathematics? Charisma. What is charisma? You talk to Google and you find out what it is. You come and talk to all these people.
Charisma is courage.
Any English teacher here? Because we are also marking ourselves. Yes, the way how you. You saw how the MC was when the music started. You saw how he was praising. But some of you don't have that. There is no funeral here. We are not in the funeral service here. I think you should be sure of the work. And then we see. So that is what we assess. So I've already told you the first person which we got impress us was the person who was using artificial intelligence to diagnose rectal cancer, which in our ranking is the best. And then don't ask me. We did not know any of these people. They were talking what we saw there. It is their information actually. So they are not my relatives. They were not related to him. They were not related to the lady. The second one, we are calling it smart irrigation. This smart irrigation is not a normal irrigation, but you can also call it automated. This group was able to integrate so many things in their irrigation system. Many of you, when you talk about irrigation, is getting water from a watering can you go and pour on those plants. No, that's not irrigation, that's watering. And there's a difference. So these guys had integrated so many things. I think there was soil testing there, there was something there, there was something there. So when you see it, it was wonderful. The question which we ask ourselves, will people like some of you? How will you use it? But yesterday we are challenged that we must move with the world. So to us, that was very good, exciting. There were also other irrigation, which I've told you they were there, but that one, I think, stood out. The third and the fourth, I told you there was a tie. I was given a 3 certificate, but there's a tie. So I want to hear the organizer saying we are going to allow the fourth one. But if not, I leave the 2 to close the chapter. Don't allow. So I can read the theory, which is like identical twin. So identical twin, my colleagues here convince me, because that is my area. I kept quiet. They talk about the use of indigenous microorganisms to reduce the smell this animal called pigs. Many of you go, I'm sure there are people who are saying, when are you finishing? Okay, join. But when you go and see where they rear these pigs, you will not want to eat it. You get that? But now there are things where you can put it there. You can even live with it in the same house. The smell will not be there. So that is what we found very applicable to the local person. So the tie which I said, there were two parallel institutions, I would call it, who came with that. One of them is Faculty of Agriculture, Kyambogo University here. And then the second one is the Bushenyi Learning Center. So since the chairperson and the organizers have agreed to cater for the tie, meaning we have 4 people we have ranked out of the 67 to qualify for this certificate. I don't know, those days they used to give some envelope. Are they there? So if the envelope is there, that's my work. My work was to come and announce. So now, at this moment, can I give you? Because now my job is done. So your certificate is here, Madam Vice Chancellor. Yeah. What do I do with them? Because you gave it to me. So I think let me make some amendment. This certificate is just written. Can I see again? They said the best exhibitor. The name is not there. The detail is not there. The next one, second runner-up. Then the other one, the presenter was not part of this. So maybe you converted this to make the other one. But if they presented, I didn't listen to the presentation. But I think there was a provision. The detail of what I've read here will have to be detailed in here. Then the honors will be given at appropriate time. But maybe for what they call, for the doubting Thomases, they can come, we give what we call a dummy to show that we assess. Also, so that the detail can be given later. So the person who did the colorectal cancer, are you available with your team? You come and show these people this your certificate. Then the detail will be included. I think later on they will hand it over. Maybe you come and give them, because my shoes does not allow me to do this.
Congratulations. I have a message for you. God sent me to you. I have a message. God sent me to you. Listen, them say.
So my job is done. So because the detail we are going to show them. This one was representing the others. MC, what do you want me to do? I finish. Maybe the best you can do is to clap for me. Okay. Now, I was told something. The second runner-up, can you come? The one who did the smart irrigation, the integrated irrigation, automatic irrigation. Please, you him, there's something small here. Huh? So, but Vice Chancellor, I think you still come back. They still work here for you. They said there's something here to do with these people. You stand there, the vice chancellor with you. That was, I think, the first runner-up, the second runner-up. Now they are two. What do I do? You bring two of them. The IMO, Microbiology culture, if you are there, come. The Brazilian Learning Center, if you are there, come. Because they have made a provision for the two of you. So your group, if you are four, come four. If you are two, come one. The smart irrigation, only one person. That's why I saw you. This is the Brazilian Learning Center. So if you are not here, tell. I was about to read to you over. You raise it up so that they see. You are fearing. What are you fearing? It's yours. You can even show us what is inside there. You may find a bomb. I think it's okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you come? This exhibit is you come and they take you as a group photos. We go and put it somewhere for memory. Don't you want to do that? With the vice chancellor and the organizer, come here. You want to do it outside? Okay. So I think my job is done. Come see. Your mic is here. Thank you. You have now remained with what you came with. So we request kindly the VC and your team that the exhibitors would wish to take a group photo with you. And our place for photograph is just out here. Arranged. I think we're going to the very end. Yes, what? Okay. The exhibitors, your certificates are ready. Please tell them where they should pick from after the group photo.
Thank you so much for exhibiting and for coming, turning up in large numbers. Your certificates are right here. So shortly after the group photo, please do come back and go with your certificates. Because every exhibitor that registered will have your certificate with the right names that you registered. So enjoy. Thank you.